up a little too fast. I miss the days that we chill and relax. Where did the time go? It all passed. Now I need to go back. I had no worries, but always had plans. The only thing I did was take out the trash. Now it's much harder to laugh. Hard to get up and then work on my craft. I need inspiration. Don't need no validation. No more medication. Just try some meditating. I don't need you. All of you hate me. Everything. For a minute, I just wanna run away on vacation. I don't know what else to say now. I just need to numb the pain. Maybe I'm done, maybe I've lost. Still putting up a fight because I love my mom, I love my family. When I was young, they would all look after me. I don't know why, but I feel like a burden. I spent my life overthinking my purpose. I can't really cry, I'm so used to the hurt. Trauma keeps the pain for a minute. I just wanna run away. I don't know what else to say now. I just need. Drive fancy on a fast car. This is how you make me feel. Don't stress me now. I'm feeling it in my bones.
Let the flow on, baby. Let love be free. I reach for you, honey. You reach for me. For you, honey.
get out of here. Hello, this is your friendly 1-minute call to sit down, please. We are about to get our mental health carer forum underway. 1 minute. It's like we're at the theatre. Hello, Anna. Can we see if there's a roving mic available to have up here on the lectern, please? So that's there for you if you prefer that. Yep, okay. All right, that is our minute up. If you're at the back of the room, it'd be really lovely if you came and sat down. But I'll get underway, hey? It's 9:30 and I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Emma Griffiths. I work at Arafmi and I'm your MC for today. And then our first order of business is for Joseph Rusker from Tribal Experiences to welcome us to country.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joseph Rusker, and I'm a descendant of the Yagara people of this area through my father, Shanon Rusker, who is a well-known spokesperson and songman here in Brisbane. The Yagara tribe is one of the local tribes that occupies this area, stretching from the mouth of the Brisbane River, south to the Logan River, and out to the Great Dividing Range to the foothills of Warwick and Toowoomba, and as far north as the Caboolture River. I am here today to give you what is called a welcome to country. A welcome to country isn't something that was recorded down on paper by any of our elders back in the day, and isn't something that was just made by events organised just overnight. It is something that has been around for 60,000 years, passed down from generation to generation, and is a formal way of welcoming everyone into our area nowadays, and is also known as one of the oldest living customs in the world known to mankind. So I am part of a group called Tribal Experiences. We've been around for a couple of years now, about 20 years now. I've been dancing for over 20 years since I was walking, and my role in the tribe, I'm a songman, I'm a spokesperson, I'm a bit of a didge player. I've been playing didge for a bit. And I'm also a hunter, so I love my fishing too. Also a descendant of the New Knuckle people from North Stradbroke Island. But along with the welcome to country, there's also the Chumal ceremony, the smoking ceremony. And this is a ceremony that you see a lot of the Aboriginal tribes around Australia do. And this Chumal ceremony is a cleansing away all the bad spirits from the area and bringing in all the good spirits from the area. And it's also a blessing everyone into our tribal areas. Plus for us as traditional owners to call out to our ancestors and sing to our ancestors to help welcome everyone through that smoke. Along with the welcome to country and the Chumal ceremony was also the passing over the messy stick. And this messy stick is one which we call Yalwa Buna. And this Yalwa Buna was a piece of wood about the size of this microphone here and was used similar to a passport back in the day and would have different markings or carvings on it to depict the reason why another tribal group wanted to come into our area. If this other tribal group didn't have this Yalwa Buna, this messy stick on them, there was a fair possibility that they could be speared dead on the spot. So we're glad they invented mobile phones these days. There are three main tribes that occupy this area, the Yagara, Jagara, and Turrbal tribes. Just on behalf of those three tribes, I'd like to welcome everyone here today by saying, Yura Yura Namali, Yanara Ripa Jara, Nanya Birili, Nanya Bayami Jara. Means you're all welcome here today, and may God and all of our ancestors guide us here in peace. Just like to say thank you and welcome everyone. Thanks for having me here today to welcome you all here. Enjoy the rest of your day.
So much, Joseph. Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Joseph. And I also would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land, the Yagara and Turrbal people, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. So a big hello to all of you here in the room and also watching on our YouTube channel. Thank you so much for joining us. We have a bit of a chockers program for you this morning, actually. And online, if you're looking on our YouTube channel, that will be until 11. And then we'll be back with you at 1:15. Also, introducing our deaf interpreters for today, Bernie. And later on, you might see Peter. Amanda. Not Peter, you're not going to see Peter at all. Peter's busy. So some essentials for those of you that are in the room today. We have the bathrooms located in the far back corner of the room or downstairs in the corridor. We have, in case of fire or emergency, which there will not be one, there is a verbal alarm. And we have stalls up the back if you haven't already had a chance to have a look at what some of our partners and allies have to offer mental health carers, then see if you can get to have a look through that later today. On your table as well, there is an intriguing little bottle there, which is a bit of a collaboration between Arafmi and that scent has been specially developed for you today as a bit of a relaxing little moment for yourself. So that's a gift for you, and we hope you do find some moments of relaxation today and all days. If that's not enough for you, you can register to get a massage. I know. How good is that? And there is a sign-in sheet on the registration desk where you can put your name down for that. Where are the massages happening? Gillian? Oh, out there? Right, just there. Beautiful. Anytime you're finding me too boring, just go and register for a massage and your day will be much better. There are also lucky door prizes today, which our chief, Irene, is going to give away and announce at the end of the day. Now, this is a trick to keep you here because the lucky door prizes are pretty good. Morning tea will be at 11, lunch will be at 12:30, there'll be a couple more speakers and some fun, and then we're going to finish up with afternoon tea at 3. So you're going to be well fed, if nothing else. Now, to kick us off, I was hoping that there'd be some music, but we're a bit worried about rights, so I might just, I'm just going to sing it a little bit. Smooth operator, smooth. Want to join me, Ivan? Smooth operator. It's our mental health carer in chief, our chief executive, smooth operator, Irene Cleland.
Thank you, Emma, for that speech that I definitely did not write. Welcome, everybody. Before we start, I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land in which we gather here today, Turrbal and Yagara people, and pay respects to elders past, present and emerging. I'm catching a breath just walking up those stairs because I was so nervous about today. I had 2 donuts last night as a stress relief thing, and it's coming back on me now. So I'm just going to take a minute to breathe. I do also want to acknowledge, whilst acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land, are you swapping because of my accent? Possibly. Okay, I'll go slower for a little bit. Cool. I do want to acknowledge that this year's actually the 1-year anniversary of the Voice referendum. And whilst the whole event was pretty traumatic, I do want to acknowledge that the ongoing trauma that the referendum's created for our First Nations folks, and I wish them well in any healing that has to happen moving forward. So today's going to be a really fun day. What I would like to do, first of all, welcome everybody in the room, welcome everybody online. I'll give you a wave there. You don't have the spray mist on the table, but if you do want some, I will commit to send an email to us and we'll send it to wherever you are. Thank you, marketing team, for doing that. We just don't want you to miss out on all of the fun. What I'd like to do just briefly is introduce you to the wonderful Arafmi team. This event could not happen without them. They've been working really hard during Mental Health Week and Carers Week to make sure these events go ahead. This is one of the last events that we have over the next 2 weeks. So could all of the Arafmi team please come down to the front? Okay. A wonderful bunch. And what I'd like you to think about when you're coming down Arafmi, without any of you speaking to each other, I'd like you to arrange yourselves in order of the person who's been with Arafmi the most on the furthest left-hand side, please, and the person who's been with Arafmi the newest to the right-hand side. But no speaking, Sue, no speaking, Emma. You can tell who the rule breakers are here. You can go where you want, it doesn't matter. So this is our wonderful Arafmi team. They'll be here to support you during the day, give you information. I'm not going to introduce them all by name because they are grown so large I've forgotten everybody's names already. I'm only joking, Leah. But we've got a wonderful team, and we'll talk a little bit later on at the wrap up about where Arafmi are at. And you can see we've really grown. This is my 6th carer forum. And in 2019, when I did the first carer forum, we had 3 employees for our carer team in Arafmi, just 3. Everybody else was around NDIS. So look at this phenomenal team, and it's not everybody. So these guys will be here for the rest of the day. So they're all wearing lanyards. If you need anything, let them know. They have not given me a lanyard because I promise to do things that I can't always follow up. So they're keeping me out of that. But anything you need, just let them know. All right, thank you, team, for your wonderful commitment to making this happen today. I'd like to make 2 other acknowledgements to both of our funders. So the Queensland Mental Health Commission, and Ivan will talk in a minute. So the Queensland Mental Health Commission have sponsored this event for, I think, 10 years going. A very supportive team. We've got the wonderful Karen Conlon up here, who's our lived experience carer representative. Incredible support to Arafmi. We're also funded, and the reason our staffing is so big now is we're funded by Queensland Health, Mental Health, Alcohol and Other Drug Branch, and the wonderful Sandra Ayres here, and she's going to talk too. We could not do this work without the branch and their phenomenal support. They've been incredibly responsive and adaptable to asking for what we need, and ultimately we're now able to impact carers across Queensland, and you'll hear a little bit later some of our national stuff. So I'm going to shut up in 5 minutes, but I'm going to do one small thing. There's some cards on your table. They're called 5-minute moment cards. Can everybody have a look? There's little cards on your table. Somebody who's got one, can you wave it up and show everybody else? Everybody find a card. So what we're going to do, and this is only if you're comfortable with it, but we're going to take a moment to introduce ourselves to each other. So I'm going to take a minute for you to introduce to your neighbour. I'm going to read out something that's on the card, and I'm going to read it word for word for the benefit of our people online. So apologies if you're reading it and you hear it again, but I'm going to read this out word for word. Taking care of yourself and well-being is a necessity, not a luxury. By taking action to rest, reset, and rejuvenate, we actually get more energy and reduce symptoms like anxiety and stress. Finding time to rest and reset can sometimes be hard, but taking 5 minutes to stop and recharge can be easy. You might go outside and look at the night sky. Close your eyes, not this morning. Close your eyes and take some deep breaths. Notice the taste of the food you eat, feel the sun on your skin, or notice how things feel when you touch them. So on your table, there's a card, and I want you to take a few moments to have a look at the card and write down a couple of 5-minute moments that you think might help somebody. So what works for you when you just need to take a bit of time out? So the examples I gave, go outside, feel the sun on your skin. Write down a few things or one thing that works for you. And I'm just going to give you a moment to do that. Smooth operator. There was a carer gala ball on Friday and Smooth Operator came on and I sent a video to Emma. Because I'm a smooth operator, you know. All right, I'll just give you a few more moments. And if you think this is weird and you just don't want to do it, that's okay. Like, that's a moment to yourself as well if you don't want to write anything down. These are all relevant things to do. Okay, so when you've had a chance to write something down, I'd like you to turn to the person next to you, introduce yourself, and give them your 5-minute moments card. And if you're comfortable, tell them why you've chosen that particular moment. And the other person do the same. Just whatever you're comfortable with. This is the bit where I go, oh crap, I haven't written anything down. So I'm a stargazer. Like to go outside with my app on my phone and find out where the planets are. Cool. And you're Amanda. Yeah. So Amanda, our wonderful interpreter, said Amanda's a stargazer, so she goes out to outside and looks at an app on her phone to see what the stars are. Thank you, Amanda. I go for a walk with my dog, or a little cuddle with my dog. Emma, I'll just wrap this up and then you coming up to introduce. Cool. That's okay. Okay, everybody, when you're ready, we'll just get you back into the room gently. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for those who were vulnerable. Thank you for those who were generous to share your 5-minute moments. I'm going to hand you back over to our wonderful MC, Emma Griffiths, to take you through the rest of the day.
Okay. And if you're watching online, this is an opportunity as well for you to remind yourself what you do for 5 minutes just for you. Do a bit of angry digging in the garden for 5 minutes. Mostly angry weeding. All right. It's so lovely to hear you all chatting to each other, and we're going to get lots of chances for that sort of connection through the breaks as well. I just want to reassure you all that not everybody is going to get a musical introduction from me. You are probably not going to hear me sing again today. Yay! If, however, I was going to do a musical introduction for this next speaker, it would be something quite impressive. I don't know. It would just have to take your attention, whatever the musical introduction was going to be. because our next speaker, Shanon Cooper, has extensive lived and living experience as a mental health carer. And Shanon uses that lived experience in 2 roles with Queensland Health. Personally, well, in her personal life, Shanon has a very big role too, as a mother to 8 and a grandmother to 10. 16! Wow, 6 babies in just a week. Yeah? No, that was just my mistake. Please welcome Shanon Cooper. So they're going to move. Yeah, that takes you forward. That takes you back?
Which one? The big green one takes me
The
forward.
big green one, yeah.
Thank you. So most of you might have read the bio that you have sitting on your desk or in the pamphlets and had a bit of a read of my background and my qualifications. But I thought I might, before I get into the PowerPoint presentation, maybe just share a little bit of why I hold all this knowledge. Yes, I have a big family. So I'll start with, good morning everyone. My name is Shanon. That is not the name I was born with. About 21 years ago, myself and my children were relocated by the police, had our complete identities changed. We were moved around for 10 years from shelter to keep us hidden from a serious DV offender perpetrator. So what that meant was that I had no formal or informal supports for over 10 years. I had to learn how to navigate the systems, the referral pathways, in an effort to keep my children alive and support them with their mental health. So that will give you a little bit of a background of why I hold this knowledge. Okay, so Metro South does recognise, with respect to the traditional custodians of the land and waters, and the land that we stand on. Thank you for the welcome to country earlier. So I do have worked within 2 roles within Queensland Health. So one was as the advanced carer peer worker, and I did that also too as the service integration coordinator. So working within the 2 roles across 2 separate hospital systems meant that I had to be allowed advocate for carers' voice. So I talked a little bit about my personal journey before, and that's what led me into this role of being an advocate for carers across the medical system. I'm often using my carer lens when I'm talking with the clinicians, that's doctors, psychologists, social workers, to make sure they take into consideration the carer's perspective. Currently, I am no longer doing the role as the advanced carer peer worker. I am completely doing the service integration role, but I do bring with that, like I said, the carer's perspective and the carer's lens in everything that I do when I'm working with government, non-government and private enterprise to ensure that they do take in consideration of the carer's needs. So often it can be a very tiring role being a carer of loved ones with mental health, and we often talk about carer burnout. So that's something that I ensure that the clinicians take that into consideration when they're doing formulation, which is when they're trying to develop a healthcare plan for the vulnerable person that might be in hospital. So taking into consideration the carer's perspective or the carer's view of historically what's happened, what's come to this situation, and making sure that that is considered when they're doing formulation. as I said, it can be very emotionally and physically demanding being a carer. Many of you here today are carers and know exactly and can relate to what I'm saying. With me having 8 children, all with mental health, it's a bit like that box of chocolates. I never know what I'm going to get. And sometimes there were many times where I was so tired and that, I remember saying, I don't want to be the grown-up anymore. I don't want to be the one to make the decisions about their health. And then the guilt would set in. I'm their carer, I'm their mother, this is my responsibility, especially for those 10 plus years where I had no family, no friends that I could call on to even just vent, that it was up to me to keep my children alive. Often I would use, in my line of work, I would use a tool called a burden assessment scale when I'm talking with carers. And I would utilise that as to find out what their level of stress was. Because sometimes it's not directly related to the person that they're caring for. It could be other dynamics. It could be housing. Their lease isn't going to be renewed. It could be financial, that they didn't know that they might be able to apply for a carer payment or a carer allowance. So some of it is for me to be able to find out some of those external factors that impact their caring role. I make sure that the clinicians, the clinical teams, use a process that we call recovery-orientated language. That means that they provide, when they're speaking, that they provide hope and encouragement to the carers, that things can get better, that there are services like Arafmi in the community that can provide that support to them as a carer. So providing a lot of that hope, empowerment to the carer. So I do utilise my lived experience as a parent and carer when I'm providing support, building rapport with the vulnerable carers that might engage with the hospital system. Even though I'm not currently doing that role, I'm still providing that support to carers in the Bayside area. Often there's a lot of stigma with engagement. A lot of clinicians, especially in the adult patient world, don't consider the carer's perspective, or they assume if a person's an adult that they don't have a carer. So as I mentioned, from my lived experience and my qualifications and my work experience, that's where I hold this knowledge. So when a clinician will come to me with a vulnerable person, my first point is about, is there a carer? And then we go into looking at what supports are available in the community to connect that carer to. I support the carers to make positive changes towards their own recovery. So I'm a very big advocate for that, as most of the staff at Arafmi know, is about those changes can be about building up their skills and knowledge, things like mental health first aid for carers, so that they can build their capacity to be able to support the person they care for in moments of crisis. If we're able to do that more effectively, then hopefully we would see less admissions to ED, because a carer knows the person they care for the best. So some of the things that I might do is helping them to create ways in which they can strengthen their own resilience and their, what we call their individual cognitive functioning. Because sometimes in moments of distress, we've all done it, we've all panicked, when they've presented with a serious self-harm or they've overdosed or had an attempt on their life. And so having those moments of clarity, the good times, the bad times, and knowing how to respond and react when it's a bad time. Building up their self-esteem is a big one that I do. So just the last thing, in my service integration role, a lot of what I do is informing, educating, upskilling government, non-government, private enterprise, helping them to be connected so that they can form what we call sustainable partnerships. And in doing that is a lot of what I do is make sure these other services are aware of supports like Arafmi and what the referral process is, and for them to encourage the carers that they might engage with. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. Oh, you got one? Yes. Oh, thank you.
Oh, this woman's name's Emma too. We're legends.
Thank you for that presentation. I'd love to sit with you at lunchtime if you don't mind, so I can find out some more details
Absolutely.
about your story. I just wanted to ask a question with regards to when you first went through the process of having to obviously change your name and all those different things. Obviously, it was very traumatic. But were you able to have any input to be able to make change to that process and improve it?
Absolutely. They actually use my situation as a report for changing the system in the courts. It's for public reading. It's out there. It's called Abby's Project.
Oh, okay.
So if you Google Abby's Project, you'll be able to have a look at that.
Okay, thank you
Yes.
so much.
And I guess I should just add on that, when I say we had to change our identities, there was to be no link with the old identity. So let me tell you some funny things. I had to go and resit my driver's license. So I had to go and sit my learners with all the 16-year-olds, do my learners test, and then drive around on L plates and do my 200 hours, as it was in that state where we were living. So there could be no link to the old identity whatsoever. And another funny thing, I had 5 minutes to pick a name. So I often laugh about that and think, oh, why didn't I pick something like Chardonnay, Tiger Lily? But I was named after the police officer's daughter. So, like I said, we had 5 minutes. So any other questions?
Yeah.
Irene?
Shannon, thank you. Thank you for sharing your story. Sorry, I was standing up. Thank you for sharing your story. Shannon, I've worked with you quite a few times around things, and since I've been in Arafmi, you've been a fierce advocate for carers and supporters. What drives your energy? Because throughout these years it's been tireless and phenomenal, and you're at our door for things you help connect us. What is it that gets you up in the morning and keeps you doing that really hard work?
That if it's one life that I can save, one carer that I can support to keep going, it does get better. As I said, like I said earlier, it's like a box of chocolates. There are good times and there are bad times, and most of us here will know what I'm talking about. But it's about, in the service integration role, for instance, I have the opportunity to be able to do systemic change, make changes across the system of how we consider the carer's perspective in things, and changing the medical perspective to really consider that. So my motivation is that there's one carer out there that this could benefit. Great if it's more than one, but if there's one that I can utilise my lived experience and my work experience to be able to make changes. Any other questions? No. That's good. Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Shannon. Oh, I've forgotten my notes. There's too much happening here. Thank you, Shannon, and thank you so much for being here today. So, as with Shannon, advocating for change to the systems, mental health carers are being able to have some of that influence more and more through Arafmi and through other mechanisms. There is still a long way to go, as I'm sure everybody in the room would agree. And so hopefully there'll be some ideas today about how the voices, your views, your opinions can actually be heard by the people making decisions. I'm hoping that the Queensland Mental Health Commissioner has some ideas for mental health carers. And so Ivan Frkovic is here to have a chat with you today. And I don't know, what would be your intro song, Ivan? I'm not going to sing it. It's just good to know. It's like a personality test. What would it be? Oh, it's Frank Sinatra. I did it my way. He's still doing it. Here we go.
He wasn't supposed to be from June last year, but anyway. Thank you and good morning, and it's great to be here again. I'd like to also start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the lands that we meet on, the Turrbal and Yagara people, and pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging. Can I also particularly acknowledge Irene Cleland for the great work that she does in terms of representing the carer's voice and view in various forums, and we can talk about the different mechanisms, but I think some of the things I'll talk about are as a result of the work that people like Irene and Arafmi have done in terms of providing additional supports and services both to people living with mental health and drug and alcohol problems, but also to families and carers in that, and families and carers having a voice in that process. So thank you, Irene, and the staff of Arafmi for putting this on. Arafmi has been supporting carers and families and kin since the mid-70s. So we're here for a long haul, and you can see the development that's occurred. So thank you to the organisation, but also it's great to see just the evolution that's happened over this time. So fantastic. Shanon, thank you for sharing your journey. It's always great to hear from people who are living these issues and managing life and moving on and building hope in others, etc. Critical. Can I also acknowledge Karina Armstrong? I think she's here, Executive Officer of the Mental Health Carers Australia. I know that Amy McMahon, the local federal MP, was going to join us. I'm not sure that she's here yet, but she may join us soon. Can also acknowledge Sandra Eyre, who's here from Queensland Health, Mental Health, Drug and Alcohol Branch. The Arafmi board, and thank you for the work that you do, and I know there's a few board members here, but I'd also like to acknowledge, when I'm talking about the board, the passing of Elsa Whitehead, who passed away earlier this year, and just like to thank her for that long-serving commitment to both the organisation but also to people with mental health problems and families and carers. And that's why we at the Queensland Mental Health Commission awarded her the Queensland Mental Health Commission Lifetime Achievement Award. And it's great to always remember the people whose shoulders we stand on, and we continue to build on the work that they've done to provide better support to families and carers. Can I also, just as I finish, just acknowledge who's here with us in the room is also Professor Robert Bland, who is part of the Arafmi board, but I think has stepped down. Robert's doing an important piece of work for us in Queensland at the moment. He's doing an investigation and a review into the services received by people who were either residents or inpatients at Wollaston Park Hospital between 1950 and 1990, so the end of 1990, nearly 2000. And it will include also engaging with people both with lived experience of that period and the services they received at the park, but also families and carers will be involved. So please, if you can, just let people know that this investigation is going, and we'd like to ensure that people have an opportunity to express their views and their voice in this truth-telling but also healing process that has been undertaken and supported by government in this process. So Robert's here, but please seek that out and make sure that people know that this is an opportunity for them. Thank you. Having said all that, again, as I think Irene sort of touched on, we can see that moving from Mental Health Week to Carers Week, we are really trying to both raise awareness around the importance of mental health, but also the importance of the role that carers play. We're also trying to do our best to educate the community about the importance of mental health, both for us as carers, but also for people living with mental health problems. And it's also great to see the momentum building around this. I can tell you that when I first started in this sort of space, which was some years ago, we were really struggling to get the activities in the community to actually occur. Now, any activity that's put on, for example, some of the more signature ones, attract thousands of people. The art exhibition in Brisbane City Hall, the Walk for Awareness, the Mental Health Week Awards, Carers Forum here today. These things have built up over the years, so you can see the level of engagement by the broader community in mental health at the moment. So I think, as I think Irene said, we're on the road, lots of good things are happening, but we've still got a long way to go. Having said all that, I think it's important that I want to share with you that things are moving. And I think carers have played an incredible role. So all these things I'll talk about are really as a result of a whole range of inputs, but really families and carers played an important role. And some of this from a Queensland perspective, just a parliamentary inquiry, and the unprecedented investment of $2 billion. Now I'm saying $2 billion, which we've never seen into mental health, including support for carers, is unprecedented. But carers played an important role. Irene, the organisation, your voices through Arafmi and various other organisations influenced what occurred in that particular process. The result, which was the report, but also then the government commitment to $2 billion to be able to take some of those recommendations forward. On top of that, there's been a whole range of national things happening, in particularly the review of the NDIS, which I think will also better support carers, but also provide different opportunities for people living with mental health problems who have psychosocial needs. I think they're the bits that are really important. I'll just talk a bit about those. But specifically, everything I talk about, carers, families and kin have played an important part. And I'll just touch on these things just to be able to share with you, and I think we need to do more work to ensure that people are aware of some of the nuts and bolts of what's actually occurring. But with NDIS, the important move is around ensuring that people have access early rather than at that sort of more severe end. So there'll be an early intervention component, still working through the details of that, so people will be able to get in, hopefully smoother, easier, but also get some level of support fairly quickly as part of early intervention. A major shift in the NDIS process, and I could talk about that a lot, but clearly, there's going to be, at the moment, there's about 90,000 people in the scheme with psychosocial disability, as they call it, which is great. And Queensland has our 20% of that. So we are tracking quite well. In terms of broadly people outside of the NDIS, and I think maybe Sandra may talk about this, but it's really about there is a huge gap in psychosocial support in Australia. So people that don't get an NDIS package, because a lot of jurisdictions cashed out, and Queensland was one of those that didn't, thank God for that. We didn't cash out all of our money into the NDIS, we kept 50% of it. But having said that, our bucket wasn't large anyway. So we need to look at what type of psychosocial support we can put into place for particularly individuals, but that will certainly assist carers in their role in terms of what they're doing. So we have a huge gap, and I'm sure that Sandra can talk to you about the numbers, and they're scary numbers in terms of how many people do still need psychosocial support in Queensland, just Queensland. And so I think that's a piece of work that we collectively have got to move forward on to ensure that investment is made in the right direction to actually start to plug that gap. The gap is huge. The gap is huge. With the $2 billion investment, you're probably going to see a whole range of investments. And I know some money has gone to the non-government sector, including Arafmi, etc. But the bulk of it has gone into investment into public mental health services. And look, when you think about that whole investment, it's important because the pressure on our public system is huge. You trying to get your loved ones into a service can be really challenging, can be really difficult. And that's just because the services aren't there, the pressure on the system, etc., etc. The level of acuity that people are presenting with. I can talk, on the number of levels about why that's occurring. We see the prevalence of mental illness across Australia very much the same. It hasn't really changed. It's still 1 in 5 in any year and 1 in 2 nearly in a lifetime. But what has changed, we've seen a doubling of the prevalence with people, young people, 16 to 24 with mental health problems. Mental health, the prevalence of mental health issues amongst young people is definitely on the increase. So we've got to think about how do we support families and carers, but also those young people to get into services. So having a lot of that money going into services is great. But what was also really important, and I think something that I wanted to talk to you about here, part of that state funding was also utilised to attract Commonwealth funding in the bilateral agreement. And now we're seeing these community mental health centres being established. So that missing middle, so you've got the public system here at the severe end, and you've got primary health care with GPs and private psychologists, social workers here. But the largest group is the missing middle that's not complex enough to get into public health, too complex for the primary healthcare system. We're seeing the rollout of these, well, they were called head-to-health centres, now they're called Medicare mental health centres, but we're seeing that middle bit now being picked up through these walk-in, open, it is available online, it is available on the internet, but it is about a walk-in service where there should be no exclusion criteria. Because families and carers and people with experience tell me all the time, all of our services are built on exclusion criteria. Everybody assesses me how they can exclude me. I don't fit their program, I don't fit their funding, their guidelines, whatever it is. We want a service where it's an open door, one door, where people can come in without being assessed on that criteria. So I think that's what we're trying to build there, and it's great to see the Commonwealth and the state putting funds together, and we'd certainly like to see more of that happening, for at least from what I hear from families and carers and people with lived experience. That's what we need to build, that system, because that will take pressure off the public system if we do that right. But we've got to integrate the public system and the private system and the NGO support within those head-to-health or whatever they're called now. I think that's the key to the future, because so people don't fall through the gaps. There's a whole range of other work that's come out as sort of as a result of that. You've got mainly the treatment services, which are coming out of NGOs, NGO support through the Better Care Together plan, but then there was a whole range of other money that went for things that are non-treatment related. For example, just minimal investment, and I have to say I could talk for hours about this, into housing and employment. That was minimal investment. But I think one of the key issues that I hear from you and everybody is around supportive housing. The lack of supportive housing for people, which helps carers and families and has a huge impact on people living with actually mental illness. It would be wonderful, and I'm not playing any political game here, I don't care who it is, to really have a strong commitment to supportive housing. That is going to take the pressure of the public system, produce better lives for people, help carers and families. We've got to get the system moving around supportive housing. I think that's one area that we've got to do in the next 3 to 5 years to get that up and running in a serious and concerted way. Other things that I just wanted to basically share with you, we're taking a much more harm minimisation approach in the alcohol and other drugs area, and I won't talk because I could talk for hours about that, but we're taking a broadly harm minimisation approach. And if you just think about the diversion initiative that's being run at the moment, people who get caught for small quantities, your loved ones, my loved ones, other people who get caught for small quantities for personal use are not criminals. They have a problem, a health problem, an addiction. Let's get them into some health and support services and let the police do their work when it comes to manufacturers, suppliers and traffickers. We've got to protect these young people, because if they get a criminal record, their whole life is ruined, and it has major impacts, and I hear from carers every day around some of that stuff. So you can see how we're trying to shift the system around, harm minimisation, rather than actually, sort of taking a criminal justice approach to some of these things. That's going to change, I think, the game in Queensland. The other bits that I think are important for you, and thank you for your input. Stigma was mentioned, and I think Shanon mentioned it. We're doing a piece of work on behalf of government around reducing stigma. I particularly hear the level of stigma experienced by families and carers who have a loved one who has alcohol and other drugs problem is probably even greater to some degree than people living with mental illness, or families and carers. And so I think we've got to think about how do we tackle stigma more broadly. And look, we're making some headway, But I think there's more work to be done about making sure that people who are living with, whether it's mental health, drug and alcohol, or suicidal ideation, have an opportunity to feel comfortable to reach out for supports and services that are there. We're doing some work around that. Families and carers are critical in this, because the stigma that you experience is probably, at times, particularly in the sort of alcohol and other drug sector, is probably even greater than what we see in mental health. So we'd certainly like to keep you involved, and I know Irene is involved, etc., keep families and carers involved in helping us to develop a stigma strategy, a stigma reduction strategy. Well, we've also done some work around trauma, and thank you for everybody that's had input. I know there's lots of people here from the family and care and kin sort of backgrounds who had lots of input. And can I tell you, a lot of the genesis of the problems that our loved ones experience, or even that we experience as families and carers, starts with trauma. Starts with trauma. And I think we've got to get the whole system, it's not just health, it's corrections, it's police, it's education, it's housing, it's child safety, it's youth justice. We all got to be on the same page about helping people deal with their trauma. Because helping people deal with their trauma will help them regain control of their life. And I think that's a critical aspect. We're in the now, we've just been approved by government. We're in the implementation phase, and we're certainly looking for carers and others to be involved in the implementation process. Because as you know, the best intentions, even when you've got policy and funding, implementation is difficult. Implementation is difficult, and we need the support. Because if there is a failure, and one that we've got to keep an eye on, is implementation. Intentions are right, but eventually it doesn't get implemented. And can I then just say briefly, we're doing some work around engaging better with people with lived experience, including families, carers and kin. We're developing a charter, a commission charter at the moment. It may be called something, something else at the end, but we're thinking about how do we do better as a commission to ensure that we engage better with people with lived experience, including families, carers, etc. We want to make sure that we're doing the best that we can to ensure that your voice is at the table, informing policy, informing funding, informing, service delivery. We want to make sure that carers are driving some of this. So we are making a commitment through a charter, which will be available at our leading Reform Summit in November, that gives you a clear idea and insight into how to engage with the Commission and what to expect from the Commission when you engage with us. And look, can I also just say, as I finish, we've also given a small amount of money. We're not a funder, but we saw the value of actually building up Arafmi to be the peak for carers in Queensland. It wasn't a lot of money. We're not a funder, as I said, but we saw the value of building not just Arafmi, but the voices of carers, families, the voices of people living with drug and alcohol problems, the voices of people in the space of suicide prevention, but also the voices in the peer workforce space. We've tried to build those types of voices to be at the table in a greater way. With all that, and I could talk for hours, as my kids say, I can talk on the water when it comes to mental health. I just wanted to share that with you, that things are happening, that you are playing a role, and all of these things in some way have got you in mind to try and also support you directly, but also indirectly by supporting your loved ones better through various options and services. That should also ease the burden on yourselves in terms of your caring role. Again, thank you to Arafmi for putting on this particular forum. I don't think I've missed one, Irene, since we started. We started these forums a couple of years before I came into the Commission, and I don't think I've missed one yet. And it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you for the work that you do. Thank you for the many hours of support that you provide, which I think sums it up for me very nicely, what a carer said to me, and I'll never forget this. She said to me, and I think our first line of defence, "We are your first line of service delivery. What is the system doing to help us?" And I think you can be assured that as best as I can and the Commission, but also organisations such as Arafmi, where you belong, and others, are doing everything we can to ensure that you get the support that you need. Thank you.
Tall man. Thank you very much, Ivan. And I know we all know the Commission is doing an awful lot of work and has had a very busy year. And we do thank you for supporting Arafmi and coming along to our events. It means a lot. There is advocacy as well for mental health carers at a federal level, and just this past year, the federal government has funded a federal peak body, Mental Health Carers Australia. They've been around for a little while, but they've now got the funding to properly advocate for systemic change at a federal level. And the acting CEO, Katrina Armstrong, was to have joined us today, but alas, she is unwell. So standing in for her with an impersonation with a Scottish accent will be Irene Cleland.
Thanks, Emma, and thanks, Ivan. And I do want to, again, thank you for the incredible support that the Commission have given to Arafmi. It's not just about money, though, as in it's not just the funding, it's the support. It's being vocal, it's about engaging carers, it's about the co-design process and everything that we're involved in. So the money helps us be involved and helps us pay our staff and create events, but it's the intentional connections and relationships that are just as important as any funding, so thank you. And Sandra, I'll thank you after your speech too. I did not prepare this presentation. The wonderful Katrina Armstrong, who's the interim CEO of Mental Health Carers Australia, did. Unfortunately, she's unwell, so I said I'd go through the presentation a little bit. I'm one of the members of Mental Health Carers Australia and the Queensland representative, so bear with me. I'm not going to say everything word for word on the slide, but I'm going to give you a gist of what's been going on. And I'm going to read from the slides there, and I've got my glasses on, but I'm due for a new prescription, so if I'm squinting my eyes, it's just to get a bit of a gist of what's there. So Mental Health Carers Australia is the newish name. It's been around about 10 years, but it's the old Arafmi Australia. So it's made up as a membership base of all of the old Arafmis that existed across Australia before they changed their names. And interestingly, I went on a trip to Canada with work in July, and I met an organisation in Quebec who was formed on the basis of meeting somebody from Arafmi in Sydney in the 70s. Completely coincidental. That'll be in next year's in our 50th anniversary celebrations, but the Arafmis have actually contributed to positive support for mental health carers now across the world, so phenomenal work. So the groups up there are all, they've changed their names, they got branding experts in and shifted them. We're still staying with the name Arafmi for now because it makes sense in terms of where we're at, but there's states and territory representation across Australia, and that forms a collective called Mental Health Carers Australia. So they've been advocating, and we've been advocating for funding to be a peak body and a lived experience peak body for over 15 years. And with changes in decision makers and changes in funding, that kind of was on the back burner for a while. But over the last few years, the federal government committed to funding for a national peak body. Now, why do we need a national peak body? For all of these things up on the screen. So there's things that Arafmi can do from a Queensland perspective, and we can advocate for changes systemically in Queensland, but we don't have a remit or the footprint or the authorisation to do that for any other state. We don't know what we're doing in any other state, but we know who to talk to, who to collaborate with, and who to partner with to help change things. So, for example, we will ask the Queensland government to change things. We don't really have the remit to do that federally. But when we collectively get together, we have the remit to do that. So that's why we need a federal peak body as well as state-based ones. We also need one mental health specific rather than just carers in general because of your unique needs. There are other areas that mental health carers need support from that's different to other carers. I won't go through all of that in detail, but it's really heartening to see that the federal government and the state government have supported the need for mental health carers advocacy. So Mental Health Carers Australia is the national peaker looking at things like the NDIS, the National Carer Strategy, the National Carer Recognition Act, and Arafmi and Mental Health Carers Australia are involved in some of those. These are some of the asks, and I'm not going to go through those, but one of the things that I wanted to to stress nationally is a big ask, and we will support Carers Australia with this, is we recognise that carers are financially negatively impacted through the course of their caring role. The majority of carers are women. About 76% of mental health carers are women that we know and engaged with. The majority of those women are also parents, so they've taken time out of the work to bring up their kids, so they haven't had income or superannuation from that. And then in a work capacity, they're also the carers taking time off work. And because mental health's more episodic and sporadic and sometimes immediate and then sometimes can settle down, work can be really unpredictable for mental health carers, which means they're often out of the workspace, which means they're not getting superannuation, which means people are retiring into poverty. That also limits their choices around where they can live, who they live with, how they don't get the relaxing retirement that they deserve. So one of our Mental Health Carers Australia asks will be about superannuation payments on the carer payments. It's a small amount, it's a small ask, but a significant impact to supporting carers. And we will be looking, so Mental Health Carers Australia will be looking at those financial areas to try and support people to stay in caring roles, but also to have a good life when you're ready to slow down a little bit. I can't read that at all, so sorry for a sec. Yep, I think that's just an overview of what the peak's going to do, but it will be a lot of collaboration, both state-based and national. Arafmi will provide the Queensland voice of mental health carers and give that to Mental Health Carers Australia, but mental health carers will also come back and talk. They will do statewide engagement as well. So Katrina Armstrong, the interim CEO, will be here. They're just appointing their team at the moment. They will come to Queensland and talk to you. We will help facilitate that, but you'll have a chance to talk in more in-depth around some of the national areas. We do have the wonderful Sue Goodwin from the team here, thank you Emma, who helped develop our At What Cost report. She'll talk about that later on, but a lot of that information that we've already gathered will feed into the national level. So where's mental health carers at the moment? Katrina talks about this, where they're building the plane while they're flying it. Mental Health Carers Australia have been around for 20 plus years, and the only funding they had was membership from the organisations. We only gave them $5,000 a year, so they were running at a really, really low level. Katrina was working 2 days a week officially, absolutely working full-time to do this. So they're in a space of catch-up at the moment. They were about to transition to company limited by guarantee, get staffing in place, get policies up and running. So you won't see a lot of outward signs of anything at the moment. It's probably going to take about a year for them to really be fully functional and in the space where they want to be, but there's a lot of back-end work happening at the moment. And I'll check, is that the last slide? It is. So I don't think I did Katrina particularly good justice there, but I just wanted to round off that Mental Health Carers Australia, so they're the national lived experience peak. All board members will have a lived experience of mental health caring role. All staff will have a lived experience of a mental health caring role, and there's the support and the training to help them use that lived experience to help inform the work that they do. So I'll pause. Emma, do I have time for any questions that I probably won't be able to answer? Does anybody have any question about the national and federal component of a peak body? Cool. All right, there will be stuff coming later from that, and we will be talking about state-based advocacy later on this afternoon, so we'll get you more involved in that. Cool, thank you.
Thank you, Irene. As Katrina, I'm sure you'll see some more. You'll see Katrina in person as the federal peak gets up and running. Within the Queensland Health Department, Arafmi has a lot to do with a particular area. It is the mental health, alcohol and other drugs strategy and planning branch. And the senior director of that mouthful is Sandra Eyre. Thankfully, Sandra has seen some value in strategy and planning with Arafmi. And we'd like to invite you up here now, please, Sandra. Is it? Perfect. Anything else in your branch that I should have announced you're chief of? Good dressers. She's chief of good dressers.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'm just trying to do the conversion from paper-based, and it's not working very well, but anyway. All right, okay. Good morning, everyone, and thanks very much, Irene and team, for inviting me here today. And thank you, Ivan, for all the work you're doing, and Shanon for your story. That was quite inspiring. In the branch, we're meant to be like Switzerland with all our organisations. We fund many organisations and they're all pretty special. But I do have a soft spot for a couple, I think I'm allowed to say that. And Irene and Arafmi and carers is a little bit of a soft spot for me. And the other soft spot is that wonderful group of consumers who come and sing. So that's my two little soft spots from where I sit. So I don't think I'm upsetting any of the other organisations with that. Okay, so it really is a pleasure to be here today. I think I came last year, and I know previously John Allen, who is the Executive Director of the Mental Health, Alcohol and Other Drugs branch, has been here for years before that. And for those of you who don't know, John has just retired, finally, after a quite illustrious career. So he's only been gone about 2 weeks and we miss him a lot. I'd like to respectfully acknowledge the Yagara and Turrbal people upon which we're meeting here today and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I'd also like to recognise people with lived experience of mental illness, mental health crisis, alcohol and other drug issues and suicidality. And those people here today and online who love, care and support people with a mental illness and support their recovery. So I don't need to tell you that carers are critical, and just by listening to Shanon we get that, but you will all understand that because that's what you do. But we do consider you an essential part of the health system. You play a crucial role in supporting loved ones when they're unwell and throughout all stages of treatment, care and recovery. That includes times of crisis and possible admission to mental health services, to participating, most importantly, to supporting people to participate every day back in the community. You actually are there when clinicians miss signs. I really wish clinicians would involve and speak to families and carers much more, and that really is a work in progress. But you're really there, and it's so important that you're able to provide all that information as part of your loved ones' treatment and care. So we actually think you're part of the foundation. We can't do any of the work we do in driving forward improvements to the system without you there as an important pillar. And my team have looked up, and you probably already know this, Arafmi told us there's at least 500,000 mental health carers in Queensland. It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. But you actually contribute about $3 to $4 billion in the value of the care you provide to the Queensland economy. So that's pretty significant. And, you know, Ivan said that the Queensland government, you know, significant investment, about $2 billion for the next, however, because we've got a mental health levy, but $2 billion over the 5-year period for Better Care Together. Well, when you think about it, $3 to $4 billion You're doing pretty well. We'll make up the other billion. Oh, well, we'll look at that. Okay, so caregiving, of course, it's rewarding, but it can really impact your physical and mental health, and that's well recognised, and that lovely little take time out for yourself. And I haven't tried the spray yet, but I'm sure it's very nice. But one of the things, and this is where Irene and the team, supported by her board, have really raised the voice of you as carers and the issues you face, good and bad. Irene hasn't held back. But policy advocacy. So Irene has really driven that issue for us. But we need to hear all those stories so we can understand how we can improve things more for you. Now, I know the Commonwealth Government, Irene's just spoke about that actually, the National Mental Health Consumer Alliance and the National Mental Health Consumer Peak Body. There's too many of them. National Mental Health Carers Family and Kin Peak Body. So that has just been established. But that was really, that helps address some of the issues and recommendations that have been raised by major inquiries, including the Productivity Commission's inquiry. It is pretty exciting that that's finally happening, and that, that will have a pretty big effect at a national level. You'll all be aware that we had a Queensland inquiry into improving mental health outcomes, and that pointed to system reforms, and it actually said the government really needed to continue to include the perspectives of people with lived experience and their carers in policy development and planning activities. So we agree, and we acknowledge the active involvement. We are trying to do better with incorporating perspective and views when we do our policy and planning. We have employed a manager and a project officer of lived experience, Craig Warland and Zoe Carr, and they will be helping us understand the issues, and hopefully, has Craig been out to see you yet? Good, okay. Yes, so that's just the start of how we want to try and improve things. But our Better Care Together plan, we're really trying to grow and enhance our services. And we have actually invested more than 3.5 million in new investments under Better Care Together, specifically for Arafmi. So I think that's pretty good. I don't know how much it was before, Irene, but 450,000. So you should be proud of the work you've all done and what Irene and the team have done to get yourselves to that level. That actually includes some important work, and I know Irene has spoken with you about this before, that Arafmi is doing a partnership with World Wellness Group to support culturally and linguistically diverse communities to better identify the role of carer. And so I think we really do need to ensure that we're broadening, getting a lot more cross-sector understanding of diversity amongst carers. Hang on. We did set up or support, and actually the Commission auspiced, but Queensland Health has invested in the establishment of the Mental Health Lived Experience Peak, but we really wanted to also support the establishment of a peak for carers. And, Irene and I have had discussions about that for some time. And there was some initial funding to support the development of a little bit of a framework, but we have now been able to provide the additional funding so that Arafmi can build upon all that initial work that was done to become a fully functioning peak organisation for health carers, family and kin. So we're really proud of that, and we really hope that that helps safeguard, like, we want to hear the voices and help safeguard your important role in our treatment system. So thank you, and thank you Irene, Emma and the whole team for hosting the forum. You do an incredible job, and I just want to reiterate the support carers and families provide to the people you love, and that how much we value that contribution. Thank you. Oh, I didn't mention the numbers around psychosocial support. There is a gap of about 68,000 people, individuals in Queensland. So it's big, a lot of work we need to do to help close that gap.
We're very happy to be a soft spot for you, Sandra Eyre, and we do see some of the benefits coming through for mental health carers, and just hearing that number though, 68,000 people with psychosocial needs not being addressed by the system means 68,000 people relying on friends, family and kin to the largest extent. So, yeah, push on. I'm sure Irene won't hold back in telling you what she thinks needs to happen, and that's a great part of working for Arafmi as well. So there is a state election on. Election day is October 26th. Voting is currently open. Part of Arafmi's job as the peak body for mental health carers is to try and let people who make the policy and help decide the funding know what your views are, and that's the people running to hold government, to win the seats in which you live. And Arafmi, we had a small couple of things that we put out in our newsletter, a couple of ways that you could engage directly with the candidates and the members of the areas in which you live. Obviously, we're just starting off on that, so there were just a couple of small ideas there, and they're still relevant if you wanted to engage with that. And for today, we invited the mental health spokespeople for Labor, LNP and the Greens to come along or send us a video message. And one came through for us in person, the Greens health spokesperson and the state MP for the seat of South Brisbane. We have Amy McMahon here with us today. Thanks, Amy.
Hi, my name is Amy McMahon. I'm the State MP for South Brisbane. I'm very happy to be here today. I'll also start by acknowledging that we're on the land of the Yagara and Turrbal people and pay my respects to elders past and present, and remember that this has been a place of community and connection and care for many tens of thousands of years. And a big thank you to the organisers for having me along today and the previous speakers. I'm really keen to get a chance to say hi to as many of you over morning tea as I can. Care and the welfare of carers is an issue that is very close to my own heart. My mother had a stroke in 2012, and very quickly myself and my siblings became primary carers and advocates for her. We have seen up close the limitations in our housing system and health system, the limitations in our mental health and drug and alcohol support systems, and the gaps in the NDIS. And while I can't imagine all the challenges that you're facing caring for people with often complex mental health illnesses, I know how hard you have to fight to get the basics for your loved ones, for appropriate housing, for an adequate NDIS plan, if you can even get onto the NDIS, for high quality healthcare, for things that shouldn't be so hard in a wealthy state like Queensland. We've heard about the immense contribution that carers make to Queensland, but we know that critical support for mental health carers like yourself, like more respite, social and emotional support, advocacy, and help navigating complex care systems for your loved ones. Each of these systems have been underfunded for decades here in Queensland. It has rested on the backs of incredible organisations like Arafmi, doing what you can with a relatively small amount of government funding, but it shouldn't have to be like this. While carers are struggling to get the support that they need, while families are struggling with basics like finding affordable housing or putting food on the table, we know that big corporations here in Queensland are making record profits. Just as an example, big mining corporations have exported $634 billion worth of resources over the last decade, but only paid 9% in royalties. 10 of the biggest mining companies in Queensland pay $0 in corporate tax. You will pay more tax when you buy a cup of coffee than these companies do. And under both Labor and the LNP, big mining companies have been able to get away with paying a relatively small amount in royalties, meaning that we don't have the resources that we need to invest in the services that we need. And governments will turn to us and say there just isn't enough money to build the housing that we need. There isn't enough money to expand and fully fund our health system and our mental health system, that there just isn't enough money to fund more services for Queensland. But we know that in an incredibly wealthy state like Queensland, we could be gathering so much more to be investing in the services that we need. The Greens have been pushing to see big corporations taxed fairly and for that money to be used to fund services, public homes, health and education. And as the era of fossil fuels winds down, we've been pushing to tax multinational mining corporations fairly to capture the massive profits that mostly goes abroad to set Queensland up for the future. We have a fully costed plan that would raise an extra $61 billion over 4 years. And one of the big things that we would invest that money in is more public housing to address the housing crisis. We know that with the relatively small amount of federal government payments for disability support pensions, the carers allowance and carers payment, we know that people with significant mental health issues and people who care for them are statistically more likely to be impacted by the housing crisis, be in unstable housing or even homeless. Since 2015, since the last change of government, there has been a 10% decline in the rate of social housing relative to our population. And this has real-world consequences. You are likely seeing homelessness in your own neighbourhoods. There are now more than 40,000 people with very high needs on the social housing waiting list, waiting on average 28 months to get access to housing. And likely a lot of the people that you are caring for have been suffering from the housing crisis as well. And in the meantime, the major parties have sold off public housing, slowed down investment in building new public housing, and largely the housing crisis has been left to wealthy private property developers. But they're not in the business of building affordable and accessible housing. They're in the business of making profit. We are pushing for the government to get back into the business of directly building housing with a publicly owned property developer to build 100,000 new public homes to rent and sell to Queenslanders at affordable levels, to make sure that no Queenslander, regardless of your circumstances, is suffering from the housing crisis. Our plan would push for a public developer to build 100,000 new homes to break the boom and bust cycle that property developers and investors have over the housing system, clearing that social housing waiting list, fully introduce and uphold accessibility requirements in the building code, and we're also pushing for a cap on rent increases. We know that drastically increasing rents is pushing a lot of people out of their homes or pushing people out of their neighbourhoods, meaning people are further away from their community or the health services that they've been relying on. And not only do we need to see this kind of bold action to address the housing crisis, we need to see the state's vast wealth being directed towards things like expanding and fully funding our mental health system, funding more one-on-one support for people with mental illness and support for those who care for them. I got the chance to sit on a committee inquiry a few years ago looking into Queensland's mental health system. What that committee found was that Queensland's mental health care system was woefully underfunded. We had, at the time, the lowest per capita spending on specialist mental health services in the country, a much higher rate of suicide among young people, mental health units in hospitals are often not fit for purpose, and we have a huge shortage in our mental health workforce. The inquiry has resulted in some additional funding for mental health and some systems reform as well, but we need a lot more investment in this space, and knowing how this wealthy state could be raising so much more money to invest in the services that we need. It's critical that our mental health system here in Queensland gets the funding that they need. Thank you so much for having me along today. I'm going to stay for morning tea, and I hope to get the chance to say hi to as many of you as I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. And we are just about to break for morning tea, after which you're going to be in the lovely hands of Arafmi's Sue Goodwin. I'm calling her up early just to give you a little taster. Sue is Arafmi's lived experience advocacy team lead, which means that's a mouthful as well, isn't it really? But she has lived and or living experience of being a mental health carer. She is in the advocacy team working towards systemic change, and she leads the lived experience part of that. Sue also has a very impressive CV in education, social research and social planning, and Arafmi is really lucky to have her. And she's a yogi. And she's lovely to work with. Genuinely good human with good hair. Now I'm thinking she's such an overachiever. Really? Sue's got just a small exercise to take you through to morning tea now.
Wow, I've got a lot to live up to after that introduction. Thank you, Emma. I'm going to ask my lovely colleague Alex Tyson to come up to the stage as well, who's just going to help us in a very short activity before we go to morning tea. So as Emma mentioned, I am a carer. I have and am still caring for a number of family members. So I know very well the impacts on your nervous system that those caring responsibilities can have. So I just wanted to share with you a very lovely practice, one of my favourite practices actually from my yoga and meditation teacher training. It's called the Golden Eagle Sequence, and it's one of those beautiful 5-minute moments. In fact, you can do it probably in 2 minutes and just really instantly calm down your nervous system. So I'm going to invite you, if you would like to and are able to stand up, to just stand briefly. You can also do this very easily sitting in your chair. Works beautifully both ways. Alex is going to demonstrate the movements as I talk to you, because you can't really see me behind this lectern. So let's start by taking our hands out by our sides, palms facing downwards, and imagine that your fingertips are connecting down with the earth. That lovely, stable, nurturing, supportive energy of the earth. And then we're going to take that energy and fold in our fingers into gentle fists. Then bring those fists up towards your shoulders. And then let the elbows come up to your sides, about shoulder height. Then let those fists come also out at shoulder height in front of you. Then we're going to take those fists up either side of our head and then release the palms so that your hands are facing in towards your head. And then finally, facing those palms forward, and imagine that the light from the sun is streaming down through your hands, warming you and nurturing you. Then let's turn the palms back in towards our heads. Fold those fists back down. Let the fists come back out at shoulder height. Bring them into your shoulders. Elbows down by your sides. Hands cap back down. And then release those fingers back down to the earth. Can you feel the room starting to get a little more still and quiet? We're going to do it one more time, and we're going to add some breathing in this time. So as you feel that lovely connection with the earth once more, let's breathe in and fold those fingers in. Breathe out. Breathing in. Breathing out. Breathing in. Breathing out. And breathing in, and just breathing easily for a couple of breaths as you let that sunlight stream back down into your hands. And one more time, breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, and breathing out. Thank you very much for joining with me in that lovely sequence you can do anytime you just need that little 5-minute moment of peace. And thanks, Alex.
See the hardships we have to endure at Arafmi. Thank you very much for joining us online on the YouTube channel. We'll be back with you online at 1:15. And for those of you in the room, it's now morning tea time, and we will be back in half an hour.
In the role that you play in the lives of people you are supporting. And at the very end, I'm going to tell you about some other ways that you might be able to contribute to the work that Arafmi is doing at a state level. And through that role, also to share your views up to the national level with the new National Mental Health Carer Peak. I'm going to have to take my glasses off now so I can read my notes, so apologies that I can't see you. So as you know, Arafmi has been around for a long time, providing supports to mental health carers. And when we talk about mental health carers, and we keep struggling with the language around this, we are talking about someone who provides unpaid care and support to another person experiencing mental ill health. So this may be caring for a child, a parent, a partner, or another family member, or it may also be a friend or a member of your community. When we say unpaid carer, we struggle with this word as well, but we use that term just to differentiate ourselves from paid support workers who may be working in the NDIS system, or people who are working voluntarily for organisations that are in this space. Aid does not exclude people who are receiving carer payments and allowances. That's not a paid position. That's just a small compensation for the unpaid work you are doing. So Arafmi has been supporting mental health carers for a long time, and Arafmi has also been advocating for carers for a long time in state and national policy discussions. However, as you've heard earlier today from Ivan and from Sandra, we've now been formally recognised and funded by the Queensland Government, and also some funding to support our lived experience component and building our capacity to be the peak body from the Mental Health Commission. When we talk about advocacy, we mean speaking up on behalf of carers to bring about change. Being a peak body means that we need to gather and represent the voices of family, kin and other mental health carers across the whole of Queensland and use that knowledge to advocate for changes to the mental health system and also other support and service systems for the benefit of large groups of carers and the people they support. So what we're talking about really here is systems advocacy. So you may have heard of individual advocacy to help carers in the work they're doing to advocate for their rights and the rights of the people they're caring for. Our work in the policy and advocacy team at Arafmi and as the peak body is all around systemic advocacy and bringing about change at a systems level. So thanks to the funding, we now have a dedicated policy and advocacy team, and our role is to gather these voices and build relationships that will help us to advocate for change where it's most needed. One of the first things that the policy and advocacy team did, and this was before I started at the beginning of the year, was to conduct consultations around Queensland so that we could get a better understanding of the current experiences and needs of mental health carers in our state. There were 83 carers who participated in focus groups at the Sunshine Coast, Brisbane, Logan, Gold Coast, Gympie, Emerald and Rockhampton. There were another 126 carers who filled in a short questionnaire, including at this forum last year and at an event out in Charleville. And then we had another 305 carers who completed an online survey. So we've taken the findings of those consultations and also drawn upon some recent research and a number of inquiries and reviews into mental health and caring where relevant to produce a report. And that report is called At What Cost? The Experiences of Unpaid Mental Health Carers in Queensland. I'm going to give you just a very brief snapshot of the key messages in there, and you will also find in your lovely green bag a 2-page snapshot that provides an overview of this report. You'll find, if you're interested in reading the whole report, there's a copy of it on the Arafmi website. So this report has been really important to Arafmi because it's a foundation for us to raise awareness amongst decision makers, service providers and the broader community of who mental health carers are, what they do, the challenges they face and what would help them most. Keeping in mind that this is a general summary of the experiences of carers more broadly across the state, these are some of the common challenges. Financial hardship. We've already heard Irene speak a little bit about that today, but we found that almost 3/4 of respondents to the online survey said that they have experienced financial hardship due to their caring responsibilities. For some, this is a result of having to work fewer hours or not being able to work at all due to their caring responsibilities. Others spoke to us about the costs involved in accessing medical support, providing transport to appointments, challenges in accessing carer payments, or the fact that they were receiving carer allowances, but it was nowhere near enough to cover the costs of living expenses and medical expenses. We also know from research and inquiries that the financial impacts of caring over a lifetime can be really significant in both terms of income and superannuation. And as we know, this impact disproportionately affects women. The next most common challenges mentioned across the consultations was the emotional impact of caring. And we found that amongst survey respondents that this emotional impact was particularly significant for those caring for a child under 15, for those who were in the first year of taking on a caring role, and I'm sure many of you remember very well what that might have been like, and also really significant impact for those who've been caring for 10, 15, 20 plus years. The impact of caring on carers' mental health was also significant, with 46% of the survey respondents identifying as having mental ill health themselves. Responses showed that the caring responsibilities impact on carers' physical health and well-being, and also many carers are concerned about what will happen when they can no longer care. You'll be unsurprised to hear that mental health system navigation and advocacy are ongoing challenges for carers. There's a need for better communication with healthcare providers and for carers to be more included in planning and decision making. Carers have significant insights, as you well know, that are often overlooked, and the impacts of treatment decisions on carers themselves are often not considered by the health system. And finally, mental health carers experience stigma and social isolation and often struggle to get a break from their caring responsibilities. In terms of what people told us would make a difference to them in their caring role, the most common need was for greater recognition and support for emotional well-being, whether this be opportunities for more social interaction, peer support networks, professional support to maintain carers' own health and well-being, including support for their own mental health and well-being, opportunities to take a break, support for whole families. As you would well know, the impact of caring is never just on the primary carer. It actually impacts on whole families and kin groups and often whole communities. And the other type of support that people spoke about was practical support for daily tasks that they just were not able to do because of their caring responsibility. The second area that would make a big difference to the caring role is greater financial assistance to cover the costs of mental health care giving, as well as address financial disadvantage over time. Assistance with navigating systems and services, information about mental health conditions, and building skills in advocacy and self-management of health and well-being was another area that would make a huge difference. Unsurprisingly, lots of carers spoke to us about the need for improvements to the mental health system, including better access to mental health services, individualised care and care plans for those with mental health conditions, and cultural sensitivity and diversity in service delivery, and long-term planning to ensure the people who mental health carers support are looked after into the future. The fifth area was greater recognition and understanding of the roles mental health carers play and greater collaboration and communication between carers and health professionals. And the final area that came up most commonly was greater support for balancing work and caregiving, including for young carers. So with these findings in mind, and once again acknowledging that these are general issues and needs that we picked up across the whole population, and we're going to be doing further work to actually look at particular groups of mental health carers and are there some differences in the types of support or the types of experiences that they have. But based on these general findings, we've identified 6 areas for action that is going to guide the work of Arafmi as the peak body for mental health carers over the coming years. Now I'm going to invite you to listen carefully as I describe each of these areas, because in a moment I'm going to ask you to choose which area you might like to talk a little bit further about as part of a small group. So action area 1, raise awareness of mental health carers so that they can be better recognised and supported, is about raising awareness of the role and the needs of mental health carers within service systems and the broader public. Many people, like myself, who are supporting someone with mental ill health don't even realise that they are carers and don't know that there are supports that can help them. We figure that if we can raise awareness of individuals in the mental health system or broader systems and organisations providing services, as well as decision makers, those who are likely to connect with people who either know they are carers or perhaps don't realise they are carers can actually point them towards the services and supports that are out there. So part of this area for action will be to do further consultation and research to understand the specific needs of particular groups of carers. And we've already started doing that in areas such as what are the specific needs of carers in rural areas, and also starting to build an understanding of the specific needs of carers in culturally and linguistically diverse communities. Action Area 2 is about making sure that mental health carers across the state are aware of the supports available to them, such as carer payments, support groups, Arafmi's 24-hour phone line, carer peer workers that Shannon was talking about earlier this morning, system navigators, workshops and learning activities, counselling and respite options. But it's also going to be about identifying gaps in the support available to meet the physical, emotional, social, mental health and practical needs of mental health carers, and to advocate for new or expanded supports to meet these needs. These might be supports that could be provided by Arafmi, but it also may be supports provided by a wide range of organisations across Queensland and also at the national level. So those of you who choose to participate in that discussion, we're really interested in what other kinds of supports you would like to see us advocate for. Action Area 3 is about promoting available sources of information and education and training opportunities that help mental health carers to understand mental health conditions, navigate the mental health system or the NDIS, understand carers' rights and the rights of the people that you are caring for, and information and skills building around managing our own health and wellbeing. But it's also about understanding what other information and training might be needed so that we can advocate for the delivery of new and expanded opportunities. So those of you who might join in that discussion, we're really interested in what other kind of information, knowledge building, skill building opportunities you would like to see us advocate for over the coming years. Action Area 4 is about advocating for greater recognition and involvement of carers and families in the planning and implementation of mental health treatment by health practitioners. So this covers those issues around improved communication with carers and families during periods of crisis. It might involve developing resources, initiatives that support health practitioners to better recognise carers and families, and to include them in discussions about treatment or decision-making about treatment. The area of discharge planning is one that's of particular interest to us at Arafmi already, so that we can advocate for better carer inclusion and communication in discharge planning processes. Action Area 5 is about ensuring mental health carers are aware of the available financial supports and advocating for the removal of any barriers to accessing these supports. As Irene mentioned earlier, it will also be about advocating to government for a review of carer payments and looking at other ways to reduce the financial impacts of caring on mental health carers. Looking at how we can advocate for carers to have better access to paid employment is another area that falls under this. So those of you who are interested in that area, we're really interested in ideas for how we might work at state, national and employer level to help reduce that financial impact of caring. And the final area, Action 6, is about making sure that the voices of mental health carers are included in decision-making about the design and delivery of mental health services in Queensland. So at the moment, the Policy and Advocacy team has been making a number of submissions to various policy reforms happening around the place, including around the NDIS, including around the development of a new national carer strategy, around human rights in Queensland and the human rights of carers. So we're really interested, if you want to talk about that area of what we can do to make sure that the voices of carers are a very prominent part of those discussions and decision making. And I'll tell you a little bit later about an initiative that we are about to commence to help carers who are interested in advocacy work to build systemic advocacy skills and start to participate more in this kind of reform work. So, now that you know what those 6 areas are, we are interested in finding out what your priorities are for action. We've developed some initial thoughts around what we might do. I can see you now. Around what we might do based on what's come out of this report. But we're really interested in other ideas for things that we might do over the coming years, and that's what's going to happen in these roundtable conversations. There'll be 2 questions that your table facilitator will be asking you. The first one will be about any comments that you might have on the actions that we have already planned, and they'll share with you what they are. And the second one is around what other actions would you like to see us pursue over the coming years as part of our advocacy work. At the end of our discussion, your table facilitator is also going to give you a little strip of 5 little red sticky dots. And we're going to be putting up the sheets from all of the tables along these glass walls. And over lunch, you'll have an opportunity to have a look at all of the areas for action, not just those you've worked on, but those the other tables have worked on, and allocate your 5 votes to the areas where you feel is the greatest priority for you. You can give 5 votes to one action, or you might like to spread them around others, but I'll remind you of that when we get to that moment in time. So we have a number of people who are going to help us with this task. We have 2 tables that are going to look at the first area, which is about raising awareness of carers, including those who don't recognise that they are carers at the moment. And those 2 discussions are going to happen on table 5 with Tim. There are numbers on the table too. And on table 6 with Tanya, which is, yes, here in the middle. We're going to have 3 groups talking about supports for physical, mental, emotional and practical support for carers. And they're going to be at table 7 with Leah, who's just walking through the room at the moment. Table 10 with Tina and table 11 with Cheryl. Area 3, which is all around information, training, skill development, informing carers, is going to be at table 8 with Ben and table 9 with Nerida. There she is over there. If you're interested in promoting carer inclusion in mental health treatment planning and implementation, so getting the carer voice more strongly recognised in systems, that's going to be table 12 with Alex down towards the back and table 13 with Simon. If you're interested in the financial impacts of caring and the sorts of things you might advocate for there, that's going to be table 15 right down the back with Irene. And finally, if you're interested in advocating for greater inclusion of the voices of carers in reform work and policy and decision making, that's going to be with Karen from the Queensland Mental Health Commission down the back as well. So I invite you to choose your area and make your way to the relevant table. If there's multiple tables for the topic you're interested in, see if you can kind of spread yourself across those tables. And I'll let you know when we have 5 minutes to go at the end of our discussion.
think they're going to power me up. Hi, everybody. I hope you've enjoyed that really yummy lunch. And maybe you've got some water, cup of tea, cup of coffee, keep you going through the final stretch of our day because it is going to be, well, I feel like it's going to be one of highs and deep concentration. You have 2 minutes in which to put a red dot on some ideas. Go for that. We're starting in 2 minutes. Okay. Oh, no. Stand down. Well, is the stall here until 3:30? Yes. Okay. Yeah, so that's all we need to say. All right. All right, everybody, I'll ask you to come back to your tables now, please. And just letting you know that we have afternoon tea at 3 o'clock. And sorry, there's a bit of a rush there. We have afternoon tea at 3 o'clock. And then we're out of the room at 3:30, basically. So if there's a stall, for instance, Services Australia, to talk about some financial help, or another stall here today, what was the other one? Basic Rights are also here today to talk about basic rights for mental health carers. You'll have a half an hour at the end of the day as well to get that to happen. But right now that you're all full in the tummy and you probably, if you were at home, you might try to find a lounge to lie back in. If you are at home watching on YouTube, you can do that. Or you can join us in this next activity. In a moment, we are going to bring you an expert on some of the big legal questions of being a carer. We've got Brian Hurd here. He's a partner at Hopgood Gannon Lawyers in Brisbane. And he will be with you in just a moment. But right now, it's time to get moving because we have Bring a Plate, Dance Inclusive Company. It's a not-for-profit social enterprise, and it's our way of energising you for the final stretch of our Mental Health Carer Forum. Please welcome Bring a Plate.
Si canastera, una bohemia soñadora que te rompe los esquemas a mi manera. Si bailo y canto lo prefiero a la luz de una candela que duquela. Las que hay que pasar para que te dejen entrar. De cuerda me vas a hablar, niño déjalo ya, que parece que vas a compás. Por tangos o por dembow, mira el flow que tengo. Traigo Sony que te primo para el mundo entero. Si no te metes en mis cosas casi que prefiero. Cojo mi borrico y me enajelo. Si canastera, cha cha. Si canastera, cha cha. Lo que tú quieras, si canastera, che che. Si canastera, ay. Si canastera.
I'm going up the country, babe, don't you wanna go? I'm going up the country, babe, don't you wanna go? Take you to some place I've never been before. I'm going up where the water tastes like wine. I'm going where it tastes like wine. We can jump in the water, stay drunk all the time. I know you used to me running, all screaming and crying. I guess you've got a home there, and I've got mine.
ગોતીલો તમે ગોતીલો 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 ધજામાં એવો હાડનો પ્રવાસી ગોતીલો કાંઠેથી જા તું જા જા દરિયેથી જા તું જા કાંઠેથી જા તું જા ગોતીલો તમે ગોતીલો ગોતીલો એ વેવા દો જા વહીએ વેવા દો હવે રેવા દો હવે નથી જે મજામાં ખાલી વાવટા ધજામાં એવો હાડનો પ્રવાસી ગોતીલો
એવો માણસ છે ખલાસી મને કહી દો ને મને દઈ દો ને એવો માણસ છે ખલાસી મને કહી ગોતીલો એવો માણસ છે મને કહી દો ને એના કામને મને દઈ દો ને
હર જડેલું ને શોધે અને શોધેલું ન ગોતે એવો મારવો ખલાસી ગોતીલો
Say what make them talk about me idiot. And me say some of them ask me where me get it from. Yeah, some of them ask me where me get it from. I told them I
Good afternoon, everyone. We're Bring a Plate. DJ, could I get that track playing right now? Because what we do is all about getting people dancing. And today, because you're all in this room, that means it's you, okay? So what I'm going to need is for everyone to get on their feet. If you want to join from your chair, that's fine. But you don't need to know how to dance already, all right? That doesn't exist here. We're going to do a bit together. I'm going to give you something to do. I don't know if we can get it louder. All right. Just follow along. So I don't need to speak anymore. I'm going to stop speaking. Maybe you haven't done that today, but I promise it'll be good for you. Other way. Maybe some go-go arms. Oh, you've done that before. Hey! So much, everyone. I hope will add to your day. We're Bring a Plate Dance, and we're an inclusive dance company focused on getting people moving. That's plain and simple. That's what we do, and that's everybody. We've got community classes every Monday night for all ages, all experiences, all bodies out the front of Goma, 6:30 every Monday, yeah? Very casual, very drop-in, you know? You can come once and never come again if you want. or you can come every week. We're always there. We also run other workshops and performances all the time, so keep an eye out on us. And we also love coming out to do anything with different community groups. So if you hear of someone that wants some dance brought into what they're doing, definitely hit us up. It's what we love to do. So thank you so much. I hope you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Oh, wow. I hope you all enjoyed that. Did you enjoy it? Yes. Thanks so much. Bring a plate. Inclusive Dance Company. And now we're fully energised, right? And I've got to tell you, at around 2:30, it'll be our final little piece of the day. And there will be some more fun and laughs for you. Right now, we're bringing you an expert on some of the big legal questions of being a carer. Brian Hurd is a partner at Hopgood Gannam Lawyers in Brisbane and has practiced law for... Brian, what a gentleman. Brian has practiced law for 30 years and is an expert in many of the legal issues, the legal duties and responsibilities that may arise for mental health carers. Oh, I'm a bit puffed actually after all that dancing. So thank you, Brian. And I saw you dancing.
I was lying in bed last night, alone and forlorn, wondering to myself what single, memorable, powerful message could I leave with you today to improve your capacity to understand the subject of my presentation, entitled The Future of Caring and the Law. But having now just listened, regrettably, to the very muted tones of your greeting after the rumba, I've suddenly decided that what I really want to do today is to leave with you an improved capacity to applaud. Can I introduce myself again? Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Hurd. Oh, stop it. Stop dancing, madam. Stop dancing. I stand before you an ageing and passionate lawyer. And as a lawyer, as you may know from painful personal experience, I tend to charge for my services by time. As a consequence, I have trained myself religiously to speak very slowly. But I'm passionate about this subject, the subject of, believe it or not, family planning. Have you heard of family planning? This is called latter-day family planning. Planning for you, your family, and the future in the context of the law. It's called taking control. So many people I know prefer one of the great things in life. Have you heard of things? Out there in Thingland, there are lots of things. It's something, anything, everything, good thing, bad thing, right thing, wrong thing. But the biggest thing of all in our lives, the king of things, the top of the tree of things, is called no thing. Have you heard of no thing? We also call it nothing. Our wonderful propensity as human beings to do absolutely nothing about confronting the future. It's an art, it's a science, because it's free, it's cheap, it doesn't require any thought. But lawyers, of course, are bringers of news. We're bad news bringers. And can I tell you, after 30 years of legal experience, my files are full of people who have done nothing, who have waited for something to happen. Waited, even in cases they watch other people and things happening to them, but they still wait and wait. So today I shouldn't be speaking in this theme because my business is better if you do nothing. But my theme and my passion is for you to do something, because life is a series of events. Have you noticed that? Events. Life is full of events. And what I do mostly is event manage. Managing events for people both now and into the future. I have to tell you that from my experience, the caring community is like a large vat or cauldron into which we pour dollops of families, carers and cared fors. And we stir that brew. And then we season it to taste with some cracked pepper from mental illness, with a dab of English mustard from impaired capacity, with some chili paste from benevolent bureaucrats, from jalapenos from the law and regulations, and finally a large squirt of wasabi paste from other members of the family. And we stir it and it gurgles and bubbles and ferments to produce that well-known fine vintage, the functional family. Everybody got a functional family? Nobody. Surely someone's got a functional family. So today is to learn how to improve the functioning of your family. You ready for this? Carers are multi-talented, aren't you? That's very resounding. Yes, you are. Your supporters, your advocates, financiers, event managers, personal assistants, martyrs, jugglers, lifetime commitments, and you're either a parent, a sibling, or a partner. And guess what? You're getting older. Yes, admit it. Admit it. My family has banned me from ladders. Do you know the indignity of that? That someone thinks that I am too frail to climb down a ladder. It's a signal, isn't it? Observation of other people. But I accept it. It's a relief in some ways. Other people can climb ladders for me. We are getting older. In fact, we're getting really older. Very much older. Did you realise, for example, between 60 and 80, there's a 1 in 20 chance that you or me could contract dementia. Between 80 and 85, it's 1 in 4. At the age of 85, what you should do is toss a coin if you can find one. Heads or tails, 1 in 2. So that's the context. You're getting older and I'm getting older, and the reality is that comes with implications in your circumstances, particularly. The cared fors are multifaceted as well. Those people you care for, they have complex needs. They're immersed in a system. I love systems. They're dependent, challenging, evolving, poor or maybe not. Good days, bad days, and impaired capacity. And guess what? They're getting older too. They're getting older too. You're walking together, older together. So what's my agenda? I'm going to talk about the caring context, the law, carers' to-do list, what you should be doing if you haven't done it already. The cared for's to-do list, what should the people you care for be doing to prepare for that future? And finally, some little scenarios, little stories of what would you do in this situation? That little test, you know the exam? When was the last time you did an exam? A little exam at the end, just to test your knowledge and comprehension. So the caring context, the carer journey, this may be familiar to you. As a parent, a carer, a decision maker, you may have impaired capacity. You may be getting towards impaired capacity. If you're 88, caring for an adult child, is there something looming on the horizon? Is there something looming? Is there a feeling I should do something? I should do something. Because there could be an event. Remember those events I was talking about? There could be an event. But do nothing. Do nothing. We'll come to what the consequences are of doing nothing shortly. But think about those impending events as you age, and of course, you will die. You will. So will I. 3 things you can say about death. 1, you never really know when it's going to happen. 2, it will happen. And 3, having happened, it will never happen again. You only get 1 chance at it, unless you're a cat or a Rastafarian, apparently. And the cared for's journey, they could be a child, an adult, a dependent with impaired capacity, and they die too. They die. The legal landscape. The biggest issue and theme of the legal landscape in the area of caring is capacity. Capacity. It's probably a word that doesn't drop from your lips every day. Let's talk about capacity today over our Wheaties. But lawyers are confronted, in my practice in particular, by this very difficult, complex concept of capacity. We'll talk about children in capacity, adults in capacity, who are decision makers where impaired capacity arises, and what are your responsibilities as a decision maker? Because one of the things that people find hardest to adjust to when they go from being a parent to a decision maker is making that jump. Because the law says you've got to jump. No longer are you a parent practicing and following all the processes and caring and giving and supporting of your child. When you put another hat on, this is a milliner's delight, this area, you put another hat on and you end up being, for example, the enduring power of attorney for your mentally ill adult child. What does that mean? How does it change your status? It does. It does. There is a whole piece of legislation applying to enduring powers of attorney. A whole discrete piece of legislation. That's how important the law treats it. So the law of capacity, guess what? It's complicated. I love complexity. I do complexity. I do. But there's no avoiding the fact that it is complex because we're dealing with the human brain and its decline. One of the disadvantages of getting older, of course, is that you can enter a stage of what's called dependency. So you may have someone dependent on you, and suddenly you become dependent. So you've got a dependent person depending on a dependent person. And I've seen these scenarios quite often. And people who've done nothing about it. Nothing. Capacity as a concept and a legal concept is a major regulator of the relationship between you and the cared for. It affects your personal relationship. It affects the relationship with regulators and bureaucrats, the relationship with health professionals, the relationship with service providers. Capacity just is a cloud over everything because it determines who can decide what. You or somebody else. Can be a major restriction on human rights. Because if you've lost capacity, effectively you've lost your human rights to make your own decision. Somebody else supplants you and makes it for you. That can affect your rights. Doctors are really bad. Really bad. Even though they're a crucial part of the assessment of capacity process, they're really bad at assessing capacity. I had a doctor once, I asked him a question about capacity, and he came back and said, I saw him in an aged care facility. He was well dressed and not wearing pyjamas. I was tempted to laugh, but I thought it was pathetic that a doctor who agreed to assess capacity should describe capacity as what he was wearing. That the expectation he had when he went into that facility was to see a man in pyjamas. He saw him well dressed and it really threw him, but it impressed him. So impressed was he that the very sight of the man well dressed was enough to convince him he had capacity. Just the appearance of capacity. Doctors are really bad, particularly because a lot of doctors don't want to do it. They avoid it because they've never trained in it. They use their medical gut instinct for what it's worth, which makes life difficult for lawyers who have to decide whether someone has capacity or not. It can be also an opportunity for abuse. And that's what we see all the time. If a person with impaired capacity has to rely on someone else to make decisions for them, you can see the opportunity, can't you? Particularly with online banking. What a mysterious underworld it is. You can sit in a room and close the door in the darkness and go click on somebody else's bank account. And no one knows. Nobody knows. Gone are the days of signing cheques. Now you can do it in the comfort of your own home. Why is capacity important? Why is it actually important? It's a fundamental foundation of everything we decide and do as human beings. And the law says if you don't have it, there are consequences. There's a legal necessity. In other words, the law says if you do not have capacity, you cannot do what you want to do or think you need to do. For example, I have at least 4 clients at the moment who are in litigation, in court proceedings. They're not actually the party to the proceedings. They are represented by someone called a litigation guardian. What does that mean? Someone has agreed to represent them in the proceedings on their behalf because this person doesn't have the capacity to conduct the proceedings themselves. So in comes this substitute to speak for them to the lawyer about what their instructions might be in terms of the proceedings. So there's a legal necessity to have capacity in order to conduct legal proceedings, in order to conduct transactions, just in themselves, any everyday transaction. There's a professional necessity, like doctors. Doctors are required to make sure that a patient has the ability or has the capacity to consent to a medical procedure. Without that consent, the law says if you proceed to do that without consent, you have assaulted that person. It's a criminal offence. So for doctors, capacity to consent is a relatively crucial issue to avoid the strictures of the criminal law. So a doctor has to assess the capacity of the person to give that consent. Because the law says if you don't have capacity and the doctor purports to perform without that capacity consent, he's committed a criminal offence, or she. And there's a moral necessity. You should, as a moral human being, as I would regard myself, even though I'm a lawyer. What are you laughing at? Trust me, I'm a lawyer. Have you heard that saying? Why would you do something for somebody if you had concerns about them? For example, there are damned if you do and damned if you don't syndromes that many professionals are confronted by. I wish I could do this for you because it would be good for you if I did. But I can't because you can't have the capacity to tell me to do it. So we get this conundrum. Lawyers face it all the time. I need to do this for you. It's important. It's urgent. But I can't because I have assumed and I have assessed you as being incapable. So it's, as you can see, a fundamental aspect of human existence. And here's the great legal presumption. You've heard of legal presumptions, like the presumption of innocence. That's another legal presumption. Everyone's presumed innocent until proven guilty. Here's another one. The law says everybody in this room, out there in the world, is presumed capable. Presumed. You start with that presumption until there is evidence to the contrary. Until there is evidence to the contrary. So even the people you care for, if they're going through an episode, for example, are presumed capable until there is evidence to the contrary. That's the law. And all courts start with that presumption. And they say to the parties to the proceedings, prove it otherwise. Prove or disprove that presumption. I don't have to prove that I've got capacity. I have the presumption of capacity. What is evidence to the contrary? What is it? It's a legal test, not a medical test. That's a common misconception. The law prescribes what the test is, not medicine. What medicine does is assess capacity against the legal test. What's the legal test? There it is. The generic definition of capacity. 3 elements have to be satisfied: that a person understands the nature and effect of a decision, freely and voluntarily makes the decision, and can communicate the decision in some way. All 3 criteria under the law have to be satisfied for a person to be deemed capable. Not 1 or 2, all 3. And from my practice, the one that falls over most of the time, when I deal particularly with older people, is that second one. the freely and voluntarily. Because what does that raise? That raises the issue of what's called undue influence, where you influence somebody to do something and they simply voluntarily concede without question. And that's where a person can be incapable, even though they appear to be capable, because they're a victim of undue influence. There's nothing wrong with due influence. But when it becomes undue, that is the pressure, the threat, or the intimidation, for example, turns it into undue. And when you've got undue influence, you've got no capacity. Because remember, that's one of the three you have to satisfy. If you pass the test, you're capable. That can be counterintuitive to many people, very counterintuitive. For example, I had a woman last year who had a $4 million estate and wanted to make a will giving everything to her cat. Lucky cat. Now, on the face of it, that sounds pretty unusual at best and slightly balmy at worst. The trouble is you can't give money to a cat. So I convinced her to give the money to the RSPCA to hold on trust for the cat. So her will prescribed that the RSPCA would get $4 million and could use it for the benefit of the cat. And when the cat died, the RSPCA would get the money that was left over. Now, can you see a problem? What do you reckon happened when that woman died? The very next day, the RSPCA got the cat and said, "How are you feeling today, cat?" "You don't look well at all. Here's a blue pill, just to help you along." Despite explaining that to her, she was adamant that that's what she wanted. Was she incapable? Not in my opinion. Was she different? Yes. Was it rational? Yes. Why? Because there was nobody in her life apart from her cat. Nobody. At all. So it's very easy to get into mythology when it comes to capacity. The colour, the look, the actions of a person can give the impression that they're incapable because they have one or more of these features. It's not a global condition necessarily. In other words, you're not incapable of anything or everything. That's a rare condition. It's also not a constant condition. In other words, you can be capable in the morning and incapable in the afternoon. In the aged care space, we talk about the sundown syndrome. And most of my practice with older people is done in the morning, because I know in the morning they're more alert and attuned and acuitous than they are towards the end of the day. So it's within the space of a day you can fluctuate from capable to incapable. That's how elusive it can be. It's not just a poor MMSE test. You may have heard of an MMSE test, a mini mental state examination, 30 questions to test your so-called executive functioning. If you get less than 23, it's purportedly a worry. I had a client once who got 9 out of 30. Now, that was damning in itself. But guess what? I thought she was capable. So I wasn't going to rely on that really, really poor MMSE result. I had to assess her the way I assess people, and I have my own tests to assess people. It's not bad memory. If you've got poor memory, it doesn't mean you're incapable. It's not being old, is it? Not being told don't climb ladders anymore. That's not incapable or a sign of incapacity. Ignorance is not. Low IQ, not by itself. Eccentricity, not. Conventional communication failure, people who cannot speak, for example. How do they communicate? There are various ways. But because they can't speak doesn't mean they're incapable. Nor is it bad or silly decisions. People who have the capacity to make silly decisions. Not because they're incapable, but because they make silly decisions, at least as you may see it. From their perspective, it's not. They can rationalise it. Are they incapable? Not necessarily. They just make a decision you think is different, if not stupid, and not in their interests. And I've had many clients like that. Don't do it, don't do it. I want to do it. Okay, do it. Silly, but do it, because you're capable, in my view. Or mental illness. Mental illness is not in itself a sign of incapacity. It's a big issue that colours this whole area. Am I going too far? No big words? It colours it, doesn't it? If you've got someone in a peak of a schizophrenic outbreak, are they capable or incapable? Interesting, isn't it? The answer depends on the circumstance. There is no prescription here. There is no checklist that you can say, tick, 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 incapable. It's an assessment of circumstance and presentation. It is also nuanced. This is the complexity. See, the complex is just spewing out of my mouth, how complex this subject is. Because it's decision specific. In other words, the complexity of the decision raises the bar of capacity. For example, the decision to consent to a heart transplant is much higher in terms of capacity than a decision for the flu vax. That's logical, isn't it? Different levels, gradations of capacity for type of decision. It's domain specific. In other words, capacity can be different for finances, financial transactions, compared to healthcare. Different capacity assessments with different domain. It can be time specific, morning, noon or night, which I mentioned before. It can be age specific. For example, the law says children under the age of 10 are deemed incapable. They cannot make any decisions whatsoever because of their age. Children between the age of 10 and 14 can be capable in certain circumstances. For example, they can only be successfully prosecuted for a criminal offence if the prosecution proves that they understood that what they were doing was wrong. Now, you don't have to prove that element with adults. You don't have to prove that element with adults. But children between 10 and 14, that's an additional element you have to prove to show they had the capacity to understand that what they were doing was wrong. Then children between the age of 15 and 18 are capable, subject to legal restrictions. It's a very murky area. For example, can a 16-year-old get the pill without parental consent? Now, there's a case about that, and it becomes very much a doctor's decision as to whether that 16-year-old is capable of understanding what it means to have the pill. So you get murky in that age group between 15 and 18. Once you turn 18, the world's your oyster. You can do anything you like, provided you've got capacity. Decisions for incapable people. So we've now set the scene of capacity as to what it means and its complexity. Now let's assume that someone doesn't have the necessary capacity for something. What does it mean? Where do you find these substitute decision makers? They're everywhere. Remember Chicken Man? Substitute decision makers are everywhere, and it's so, here is the word again, complex. You can find them without actually finding them. In other words, they don't have any formal authority, no piece of paper. For example, a parent of a child under the age of 10 is a substitute decision maker by dint of the law that the child is incapable. Or you can be what's called an informal decision maker. What's an informal decision maker? A person who is a decision maker informally. In other words, never appointed, never signed a piece of paper. And this is a common issue and a problem in many ways when children turn 18. So what happens is parents make decisions for them up to the age of 17. And then they creep towards 18. And they reach 18. And the parents think they can continue to make decisions for the 18-year-old afterwards. Until one day the bank rings. And the bank says, hang on, your child has turned 18. They're an adult. They're entitled to operate their own financial affairs. What gives you the right to operate their financial affairs? Oh, because I've been doing it for 18 years. The bank says, I don't think so. You need to have that child do their own financial decision making. And if indeed, as is a problem, that 17-year-old child has impaired capacity sufficient for example, with their mental condition, constant mental condition, that they require a substitute decision maker. Even though you've been making informal decisions for them up to this point, the bank will say to you, we definitely need you to get out there and get a formal appointment as a decision maker. So when you get to that age of 18, pressure comes from outside institutions to formalise your power. And you can do so, for example, or your child could, if possible, in an enduring power of attorney. I'll come to that shortly in more detail. Or you can find them by dint of a piece of legislation that deems them to exist. Is this complicated? Oh, okay. Well, thanks very much. Thank you. Everybody knows the answers to all these questions. It's fantastic. Statutory health attorney. A lot of people, particularly the medical profession, never heard of them. Never heard of them. What are they? The law deems them to exist. Deems them to exist. If no one has appointed an enduring power of attorney for health decisions, for example, and a person has lost their capacity, healthcare decisions need to be made. Who can make them for this adult? The law says one of a gradation of people, a cascading series of candidates. The law says if an adult's lost capacity, has never made an enduring power of attorney appointing someone to make decisions for their healthcare, then these are the people who can, by law, no piece of paper, by law. A spouse, provided there's a close and continuing relationship. I often ask them when they come in, do you love your husband? The next one down, if there's no spouse, is a person who has been caring for that adult. If there's no such person, you go down to the next one, which is a relative. Now this is where it gets interesting, because a relative includes, for example, children, adult children. If you've got 7 adult children, who's going to be the statutory health attorney? If that's not an issue, then you go down to the last person in the list, who is the public guardian. You may have heard of the public guardian, the statutory office that can make these healthcare decisions as a statutory health attorney when none of those 3 grades exist. And this is where no document's been put in place. No document. Just fascinating. And then there are other pieces of legislation that create decision makers. And I'll come to that list, which is 2 pages, 2 PowerPoint pages of alternative decision makers that exist out there under separate, discrete pieces of legislation. And then a court or a tribunal can appoint decision makers. For example, QCAT. They can appoint people to make financial and/or personal and healthcare decisions. So this is the roll call. I did an examination of this, a painful examination of finding all those substitute decision makers out there in decision-making land that exist. We have informal decision makers I've mentioned. We've got enduring powers of attorney. We have administrators appointed by QCAT to make financial decisions. We have guardians appointed to make personal healthcare decisions. We have statutory health attorneys. We have the public trustee, the public guardian, authorised signatory on bank accounts. There's another substitute decision maker. We have representatives under the Aged Care Act. They don't have to be an enduring power of attorney. They're just a representative appointed. And here's more. We have an advance health directive. In an advance health directive, you can appoint an enduring power of attorney for healthcare. You with me? And then you have a separate advance health directive called an advance health directive for mental health. So this is an advance health directive just for you to give advance directions for your treatment for mental health conditions in the future, if your treatment is needed in the future and you can't give consent, for example. And in that advance health directive for mental health, you can appoint someone as your enduring power of attorney. You're with me? Wow. There's slumping in the audience. Why are people slumping? It's fascinating, isn't it? And then you've got responsible persons under the Privacy Act. See, we're not talking about enduring powers of attorney here. We're talking about additional people created by separate, discrete legislation, appointing people to do things on your behalf. Nominees under the Social Security Act. There's another one. We have nominees under the NDIS. You may know about that. You may be one. We have people called nominated support persons under the Mental Health Act. Nominated support persons. Who are they? They're not necessarily the enduring power of attorney. We have litigation guardians that I mentioned before. We have interstate decision makers. So if someone comes to Queensland from Western Australia with a West Australian enduring power of attorney, what's the response in Queensland? Go home. Now, we recognise, and all states and territories recognise each other's enduring power of attorney. We do. Not only that, the only state in Queensland that recognises New Zealand enduring powers of attorney is Queensland. So if you immigrate to Australia from New Zealand with an enduring power of attorney made in New Zealand, we will recognise it in Queensland, but nowhere else in this country. Nowhere else. And can I just scotch an urban myth? Everyone talks about the next of kin. It sounds impressive, doesn't it? I'm next of kin, you're all next of kin. But what does it mean? Nothing. It's just a fancy phrase that people float as some sort of assertion of authority. It has no authority whatsoever. So the reality is being next of kin doesn't come with a badge of power or honour. It is simply redundant, a description of your relationship, not a description of any power. The power comes from these legal instruments that I've been talking about. So I often thought the language of various parts of this whole dimension in life is fascinating. For example, I've been talking about impaired capacity. That is the ability of people to make a decision. And they are the criteria I mentioned before as to the elements of impaired capacity. Then you go down to the definition of mental illness, which is defined in the Mental Health Act. What does it say? A clinically significant disturbance of thought, mood, perception, or memory. Does that sound like impaired capacity? Is it the same or not? And then you go to the definition of dementia. Dementia is defined as an irreversible loss of cognitive functioning in thinking, remembering, reasoning to such an extent that it adversely interferes with the person's daily life and activities. I've got a case at the moment. Don't you love examples, stories tell of two people in a nursing home where one of them told her daughter about 4 weeks ago that she had been married, that she had fallen in love with a man in the aged care facility, a single man, and they had secretly gathered together and plotted with the assistance of his daughter to go through the preliminaries required for them to get married. One day they went out with the daughter driving and got married in front of a celebrant. They came back to the facility for their honeymoon. Now, the evidence was, remember the evidence to the contrary issue? The evidence was that both of them had already been diagnosed with dementia. Not just dementia, but a relatively advanced form of dementia. So, why did the daughter do it? The daughter did it because by being married, her father, he was poor and the woman was rich. As a consequence of becoming married, the reality was he then became effectively eligible to challenge her will by being married. So the daughter's plot was an inheritance plot to create a right in her father to claim against the estate of the woman. Now, you don't believe that would happen, do you? Your faith in humanity is such that just wouldn't happen. That's fictitious, isn't it, Brian? It just wouldn't happen. Wouldn't happen. It did. And guess who we sued? The marriage celebrant. Why did we sue the marriage celebrant? Because the celebrant was required by law to assess the capacity of these two people to consent to their marriage. We say they had no such capacity. Therefore, but for what the celebrant did, they would not have married. Isn't that incredible? Humanity. It knows no depths of evil. Mental illness is a capacity challenge, there's no doubt about it. Because it's episodic, it fluctuates, it's unpredictable, it's lapsing, good days, bad days, treatable, not reversible, likely lifelong, complicated by ageing, and we have also the requirement under the law for what's called supportive decision-making. In other words, the law requires anyone on the cusp of incapacity to be given the support to make their decisions themselves, even if they've got an enduring power of attorney in place, even if. So more subtle deviations in this whole area makes it really difficult for people in your situation, for example, where you've got an enduring power of attorney. The place of mental health incapacity, for example. There are all these particular entities or issues that have to be balanced and thrown up in the air and try and find a place. With QCAT, who makes decisions about who can be appointed, where there is no decision maker, for example, under an enduring power of attorney, we've got the mental health regime in itself, a separate regime. We've got enduring powers of attorney, we've got guardians, we've got nominated support persons, we've got the Advanced Health Director for Mental Health. So all that melange comes together in this whole area of mental health when it comes to the overriding cloud of capacity. So the Queensland Civil Administrative Tribunal is the ultimate tribunal to assess capacity and to make appointments or sack attorneys. They can sack attorneys who've already been appointed. Remember, an enduring power of attorney is a private appointment. It's private. It's just between you and them. There's no requirement to register it unless you want to buy and sell land with it. So it's a very private document. So the tribunal has the power, when they discover bad things, to sack an attorney and appoint, for example, substitute decision makers such as a guardian for personal healthcare decisions or indeed for administrators for financial decisions. Then we have the Mental Health Review Tribunal and the Mental Health Court. Anyone been there? Yes. So where do they fit in? Do they make capacity assessments? No, they'd say they don't. What they do is they assess mental illness. Remember the different definitions I said before? Is there really a difference? When you break down the different words for the different phrases, is there really a difference? Everybody's got an enduring power of attorney. If you don't, you're mad. It's probably too late because you're mad. If you don't, do you know, see, this is what lawyers should be good at, and there's telling you what the consequences are of doing nothing. Doing nothing. Not doing an enduring power of attorney. What's the consequence? Do we all know the consequence? It's a simple consequence. You're stuffed. Can I give you an example? The law says if you don't have an enduring power of attorney in place, this is for yourself, and you lose your capacity, nobody can make financial decisions for you. Nobody. Not your spouse, not your kids, not the neighbour, nobody. You are in what's called a proverbial legal black hole. What's the solution? Off to the tribunal to get appointed to make financial decisions for you. Somebody has to apply. Now here's the next problem. Who's that going to be? I have a case at the moment where an 83-year-old woman, a matriarch, anal, total control freak, lost her husband many years ago. She's the sole director and shareholder of a very large family company at Nerang, multi-million dollars. 4 children, adult children, 3 of them are lawyers. The 4th one, they said, is the black sheep. She's a social worker. Adopted, they said. Adopted, definitely adopted. There she is, Mum. The only way that the company can pay its bills is for her to sign cheques. Nobody else can sign cheques. There she is, sitting at a desk one day at the company's offices, signing cheques. Next thing, bang. Head drops to the desk, massive stroke. Hospital. She's in a vegetative state. Never made an enduring power of attorney. Remember the law? Nobody can make financial decisions for you. Guess what? The company comes to a screaming halt. It's frozen in time. So someone has to apply to the tribunal. Next problem, remember there are 4 adult children. None of them could agree who should apply. So they all apply. The 4 of them in competition with each other. So picture the first day of the hearing. I was there. Arrayed across the hearing room floor, there are 8 people, not 4, 8. Child number 1, next to them a pinstripe type, their lawyer. Child number 2, pinstripe. 3, pinstripe. 4, pinstripe. 8 people, 4 children, 4 lawyers. All arguing and competing with each other to get appointed as mum's administrator, to get the company resurrected. And here's the rub. Tribunal was never going to appoint any of them. Too much conflict. So guess who they did appoint? That well-known, nimble, entrepreneurial type, the Public Trustee of Queensland. It's true, madam. It's true. Trust me. The Public Trustee is not in the business of running family companies. So what did they do? They liquidated it. This company that had a very long, esteemed history of this business came to a grinding end. Why? Because mum did nothing. Guess what the legal costs were? $423,000. Now, do you reckon I would have charged her $423,000 to do her enduring power of attorney? I wish. For a few $100s, she imploded the company, and even worse, she imploded the relationships between her children. And this is the legacy of doing nothing. The legacy of imploded relationships. Not the wealth, forget about the wealth, think about the relationships. I'm really passionate about this because I've seen so much tragedy in families brought about by a failure to do something, which is not that complicated. So much passion, I've lost my way. Can you repeat what I said before? No, sign me. Okay, so the cared for, how do I go back? Everyone? You don't know, yeah. So let's look at 2 people now in terms of what you should be doing. If you're caring for someone, what should the cared for be doing to address their future? Just talking about you as carers, but talking about the people you care for. Is there something or things they can do to protect and plan for their future? Yes, they can. They can do a will if they have the capacity. They can do an enduring power of attorney if they have the capacity. They can do an advanced health directive, mental health, if they have the capacity. And that's really important if they can, because one of the things that erupts in families where both parties don't have decision makers appointed, so the cared for doesn't have a decision maker and the carer doesn't have a decision maker, is that there is a total black hole of monumental proportions. You need to have decision makers for both of them because neither have done anything. So what happens if you can't care anymore? What happens if you die? What happens if you lose your capacity? What happens if you lose the ability to care physically? What happens if you don't have a will? If you don't have a will, what's the consequence? I don't know, you know the answer, don't you? Because you know the answer to doing nothing. What's the consequence of doing nothing about not having a will? If you don't know the answer to that question, you're mad. There you are, you're mad again. You don't say what happens, the law says. And what does the law say if you don't have a will? The first $150,000 of your estate and what's called the household chattels, the pots, the pans, the knives and the forks, will go to your spouse if you have one. The rest of your estate will be split equally between your spouse and your children. At the same time. At the same time. So your children become immediately entitled to a part of your estate along with your partner or spouse. That's the consequence of not doing a will. And that can be a disaster. Not just for your family generally, but also for a person you maybe have been caring for. Because remember, the consequences of getting a large sum of money from someone can be disastrous for someone who's on a disability pension. You'd understand that, wouldn't you? So here's the connection between will making and providing for someone you cared for after you die to address that situation. How do you provide if you die? How do you provide sufficient resources for their care? How do you preserve their social security entitlements? There are devices, legal devices. Lawyers are good at devices. We have lots of devices. The trouble is, if you give and do a standard mum and dad will, you know, I give everything to my loving spouse, in the event of their prior demise, I give everything to my loving children. And one of those children is on a disability pension. And you die with an estate worth, let's say, $1 million. So your 4 children get $250,000 each. Now, it doesn't take much to realise what effect that might have on that child's disability pension. Not to mention all the benefits that go around it. It's not just the disability pension, it's all those other collateral benefits that they receive. So what can you do about that? Well, you have to make a judgment. Is the judgment that if you give them a large sum of money, that doesn't matter if they lose their disability pension? It doesn't matter. You make that judgment. Or your priority is, it does matter, so what can I do to protect that concern? Here are some solutions. What's called a life interest. In other words, you don't give a quarter of your estate to your child, you say, I give the benefit of a quarter of it to that child. So the child never owns or receives that money, it simply receives the benefit of it. So someone else is appointed to hold it on trust for that child and distributes to that child as and when required, but to maintain their disability pension. So the child never has control. Now, downside, guess what? There's always a downside to law. The downside is that child could challenge your will, because your will says give that child a life interest and give to the other 3 children absolute entitlement to their share. So the disabled child says, that's unfair. You've discriminated against me. Give me the money. I'll deal with it as I wish. The will says, no, sorry, can't do that. So what does the child do? Off to the court to challenge the will. Happens all the time. So all you wanted to do was protect their pension, and the next thing is they come back and haunt you with a claim against your will. But see, this is where you have to make decisions. Decisions about what are your priorities when you're looking down or when you're looking up. Afterwards, how much do you want to see? Do you want to see anything? Do you want to let go? Let go. We often use that expression with clients, just let go. You're dead. You can't come back. You can't change your mind. Protective trusts are another device. We can also use what's called special disability trusts. They're really attractive because why? If you comply with the requirements of the law with them, you can do 2 things. One, you can give them the benefit of the money in that trust, and also they can preserve their disability pension. Double whammy. The double benefit. And you can set them up in a will. Fantastic. There are limitations and rules, but the reality is it's an option, a device available to achieve what you want in both senses. That is, to preserve their disability pension and to give them some extra financial leg up when you die. Beware of promises made by other children. Mum, Dad, don't you worry about caring for Kevin or providing for Kevin in the will. We'll look after him. I can't tell you how many times I've been dealing with this issue. The promise made to parents about, don't worry about Kevin, we'll look after him. So Kevin gets nothing in the will. On the promise from the children, they'll look after him. And of course, guess what? They don't. They don't. So never, never accept a promise about something after you die. to provide for a cared one if you lose your capacity. So there you are, having cared for your adult child, for example, for many years, and you lose your marbles. You need to have an enduring power of attorney to start with to anticipate that potential event, and then you need to do it well. The trouble with the enduring power of attorney is it's a bureaucratic beige form. You may have seen them. Lovely blue forms with boxes, little ticky boxes and big white boxes. And all people want to do is tick boxes. What you've got to do in your circumstances is to create it to suit your circumstances. In other words, you can manipulate it. You can bespoke it. And how can you bespoke it? We do this quite often for people with disabled children. We insert special provisions in the enduring power of attorney, such as, if I lose my capacity, I want my enduring attorney to do this, 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 and this for this particular child. So what are you doing? You're directing the attorney to do for that child what you would do or did before you lost your capacity. You're picking up that agenda that you used and lobbing it onto the enduring power of attorney by putting the terms in the document, not just ticking the boxes. Doing it intelligently and thinking about how would this document be used in the future? What would I like to see if I'm off with the pixies and I still have a child I cared for who needs to be cared for? What do I need to tell my enduring attorneys? And secondly, who are they going to be? Who would take on the role of being the enduring power of attorney, where part of their responsibility was to ensure that the care for that child was continued? Very onerous, very onerous. Beware of conflicts of interest, but I haven't got time to go into that. What are the attitude of the... done that? Scenarios. You ready? You care for your 43-year-old son with ongoing issues with schizophrenia. You've been operating his bank account for years as his informal decision maker. One day you get a letter from the bank querying the right for you to do so. You reply by telling them you've been doing it forever. They respond and say, not acceptable, require you to formalise your right to do so. What are you going to do? Come on, I've been standing up here for an hour. I've been berating you with doing something. So here are your options. You do nothing, right? You say, oh, well, fair enough. What could you do? Fascinating. You know, I'm told there are three types of people in the Australian audience. There are those people who sit in the front. They're here because they're hungry and salivating for knowledge and information. Look at them, they'd be taking notes the whole time. Then there are people who sit in the middle of the audience. They're here because they've got nothing better to do. They may as well come to the Arafmi function. But then there are all the people who sit down the back of an audience. Have you ever seen there's never a spare chair down the back? And you know why that is? Because they sit there the whole time and think about nothing but sex. So the reality is, if you haven't heard something I said about an enduring power of attorney, you're not getting your... Yes, madam. I can't hear you.
Walking with the microphone. Here I am.
Sorry to take up your time.
That's all right.
I initially would want to talk to my son or my daughter.
About what?
About the fact that I could no longer operate their account and that I had some concerns.
Yes.
That's as far as I got.
Okay, so talk is cheap. What's the next step?
I don't know, but somebody else might know.
What about suggesting they get an enduring power of attorney?
I think Trish was about to say that.
Yes, but I would probably go with them to the bank, and then them not well, they can just say it themselves.
Yep.
Yeah.
You'd certainly give them the opportunity to open their own bank account, for example. But also you'd put in place some insurance to get them, if they can, to do an enduring power of attorney. Because an enduring power of attorney is a form of insurance.
I'm right at the back here, Brian.
Sorry, there's someone else down the front as well?
I know.
Someone down the
but
back, I can't believe it.
I'm interrupting them from
You're
their
interrupting
thoughts.
them.
Wouldn't you just get an enduring power of attorney?
That's Yes. Correct. Correct. You do both. So you set up, try to get him to set up an enduring power of attorney, and for you to do that as well, if you haven't done it already. Cover the field. And just stick it in a drawer. It may not ever be necessary. Yes?
Brian, you know my case.
Yes.
When you get the enduring power of attorney, make sure that both of those appointees are happy to follow through with what is wanted. Because we have a case where it had to go back to probate because one of them decided Hopgood Gammon weren't acting quickly enough. But so please be very careful. And I'd also just like to say, it's not in Brian's sheet here, but he's a very good singer, especially when he's got his Queen's outfit on at QPAC stage.
Learning so many things about you today,
thank you very
Brian.
much.
I've
She's
also
my
heard
marketing
something
manager.
about buns. But anyway.
I've got a question for you. This bank query stuff is difficult. I have a situation where my son is 33 years of age with complex disabilities and he's non-verbal and lacks capacity. How do I get an enduring power of attorney for him? Because and this seems to be a common problem because I've heard 2 or 3 other people having this situation. He has a bank account with his dad and me on that as well. But we had a situation where we had called the bank and my husband had called the bank and was making a query, and they asked him for his identification or some details, and he just said, "I don't have it on me now," and they shut the account down, the access. So we've actually heard that this has happened to a few people, and families just don't know where to go to, and we kind of feel like we're stuck in this archaic times, and this is just not an isolated situation with me. I know 3 people with this sort of situation, and fortunately this account is something that it was a fixed account, I think, and we'd like to take some money out and buy him a car, but we don't know how to get around that.
Right.
And so can
There
you
are
enlighten
2
me?
issues for you. One is a practical issue with the bank. The other is a technical legal issue, and that is if your son doesn't have the capacity to make an enduring power of attorney, and it sounds like he doesn't, it's important that a decision maker is appointed for him. How is that done? You would have to go off to QCAT to get appointed as what's called his administrator. And that's a piece of paper that they will then give you to show that you've been formally appointed to make financial decisions for him because he doesn't have the capacity to do so. Now that's what you then give to the bank. That gives you the legal authority to operate his financial affairs. That's a technical legal response. But of course that takes time. In the meantime, the banks of course are now getting more conservative when it comes to security. Very difficult unless a customer appears in front of them, physically in front of them, identifies themselves and appears to have the capacity to do what they want to do. They won't believe anybody else who tries to purport to be someone who's been making decisions for them for 33 years. They won't. So the reality is you're stuck with the bank's very perverse and very conservative view. I've got a woman at the moment, for example, she's 88 in a nursing home, and I'm her enduring power of attorney. She wants me to operate or open a debit card because she wants to pay for things at the nursing home. I've created the card, but the bank will not let me activate it for her unless she physically attends at the branch. Now, she's immobile, she's bedbound. The only way she moves is with hoists. What's the possibility I can get her to the local branch of the bank? 0. So we're left in a position where the bank simply can't cope with the ageing implications of someone in her position and insist, for example, that now I have to go and withdraw cash from her account, give the cash to her for her to use cash. Now, I don't like that because I don't know what happens to that cash in her hands. But the bank is simply not responding to the contemporary needs of a person in her situation because they're now so conservative about security and safety of bank accounts in particular. Yes, yes, yes. There are other scenarios, but they're in the PowerPoints. Have we time? For a fee. A reasonable fee. No, I'm just joking. I think it is. Yes, it is. You're allowed to. It's not against the law. Yep. Oh, stop it.
Thank you so much. Brian heard there. So much knowledge, and you've let us pick your brains, basically, for an hour. I'm sure there are many more questions that could have been asked of Brian. But we want to make sure that you get out of here at 3:30. We want to make sure you get some afternoon tea at 3. And with those slides, I think it might be possible for us to attach them to the next newsletter. What do you think of that, Anna, our marketing manager guru up the back? This is actually a good moment to give Anna a big round of applause, okay? Stand up, Anna, please. Stand up. Woo! Has basically pulled this event together. So, yeah, all praise to Anna, no complaints. Now, shortly as well, Irene will be announcing the Lucky Door Prize winners. So everyone's got a ticket or something, but that's happening in a minute, so don't get too excited, all right? First, there is another treat. We have a teacher, a global ambassador, a woman who very much lives up to her name. And I bet you haven't heard that before, have you? Heather Joy. This is Heather Joy Campbell, and she is a teacher and a global ambassador of laughter yoga. So, our yogi for our final little treat this afternoon. Come forward, Heather Joy.
Hello. Hi. Right, I am actually so delighted that you've made time for you today to be here. I've seen a few faces around the room whom I've had the joy of laughing with for well-being. And we've just had the brilliant Brian Hurd talk with us. And I know that he's been telling me for the last 10 years or so to get that enduring power of attorney done. Sorry, Brian, I've done nothing about my EPOA. I will do it now. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, my parents actually did call me Heather Joy at birth. It's not a stage name. I dropped it, the joy, out of my life for a long time, particularly when I was a carer, funnily enough. Laughter is good medicine. Yeah? We've all heard that saying. When do we laugh? We tend to laugh when we've got the good times. We tend to laugh when we may have company, good company. We may be binging on some comedy. We may be scrolling on our feed and looking at fluffy puppies doing funny things. But when do we get a really good belly laugh? That's what we need for our health. So what I do with laughter yoga, a practice devised by a doctor in the 1990s, is not doing downward dog while I'm laughing, and I'm not going to ask any of you to get down on the floor. The wonderful dancers really warmed you up because we're going to be doing a bit of that, sort of. We're going to be laughing because we can. And what I found exciting when I was invited to be here was to be able to share a few of the exercises that I do on a daily basis. When I'm laughing, I'm in the moment. When I'm laughing, I have pushed a reset button. Because when we laugh, we're giving distance to thoughts, anxieties, frustrations, worries. We're giving ourselves a bit of a circuit breaker. All right? Are you up for it today to do a little bit of laughter? Bit of laughter exercise? Excellent. Now, I'm not sure how we sign laughter, but we'll give this a go. First of all, we need to check that we have got our laughter muscles. Our laughter muscles can be found first up. And this is all interactive from here on. Place your fingers very gently on your throat. Take a deep breath in. As you breathe out, make this go Aha, you feel the vibrations. Feel the vibrations in your throat. Let's do that one more time and look at one another with a smile. Okay. Yeah, you start to giggle. It's a good feeling. We're becoming aware of what goes on in our body when we're laughing. We're going to put our hand down on our chest. Your thumb touches your collarbone. Nice and flat on your chest. Take that deep breath in. Now make the sound ha-ha. Ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. You feel it? Do it again. It feels so good. I love one. Feeling. I do this every day when I need it. And then I put my hand on my belly. And I'm going to take that deep breath in. And this time I'm going, ho, 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 ho. Big round mouth like Santa Claus. Ho, 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 ho. Double chins and all. Those are your laughter muscles. You've felt the vibrations. And when we're doing laughter yoga, we do some clapping. We clap with our full palm so that we clap like that, right? One of the things we do in laughter yoga is that we clap 3 times. We go, very good, and then we go, yay! Yeah. Now, I'm going to tell you, before we get into the next exercise, this is something I use regularly when I'm on the phone and I'm on hold. Every time I hear, your call is important, you're progressing in the queue, instead of getting frustrated because I've been on hold for an hour, I go, very good, yay! So please take that away with you. If you're ever in that position, it's a circuit breaker. When you go, very good, yay! You hear that. Your call is important, you've progressed in the queue, it's changing your mindset. Instead of being anxious about it, you're going to have a very good, yay, conversation! So there we go. All right. When we're clapping, let's get and do a clapping exercise. This is one I love to do during my day. I go ho, ho, and then I go ha, ha, ha. So 2 ho's and then 3 ha-has. We go ho, ho, ha, 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 ho, ho, ha, ha, ho, ho, ha, 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 ho, ho, ha. You're doing brilliantly. Do you feel warmed up with that one? Yeah? Did you feel a little zing happening in your hands? The acupressure points have been activated when we do these little exercises. Okay. So now we're going to get into the real laughter. I do, again, in my day, to lift that mindset, the thoughts that are coming out, change the mindset. Okay, I put my laughter cream on, and I'm going to invite you all to get your laughter cream on. That means rubbing your hands together, yeah? And then from the top of your head, right down to your tippy toes, tap and giggle, as though you're putting laughter lotion on. Feel it. Lobes. And the all, ladies and gents, all the way. All right. And you can do this in the bathroom. I do this one in the shower every day. All right, and because we are in company and we're not in my shower, I would ask you to reach to the person nearest you and just give them a little pat behind the back. Make sure that they're covered. You've got their back. You've got their back. Right, nicely done. We're doing a very gentle laughter yoga session here. Very good, yay. Very good, yay. Very good, yay. The other thing I do every single morning is get my mental floss out. Like dental floss, but it's mental floss. So imagine you have a piece of floss between your fingertips, yeah? You're going to put it between your ear holes. You're going to hold it tight, and you're going to laugh out those unhelpful thoughts. They're not bad thoughts, they're just not helpful today. So we go like this, we go, keep it going. Are harder than others to move. Oh, I'm feeling better. Throw those thoughts away. They're not going to hurt you today. They're not going to serve you today. Right. And that is very good, yay. Very good, yay. Very good, yay. Well done, everybody. All right. When we are doing our laughter yoga, it's that reframe. So Brian gave us a whole list of things that as carers we need to have attended to. Yeah, it's a big list. We're going to do an exercise that goes with it, the 1.5 metre stretch. Good. Place your hand out to the left. Please don't hit one another. You might need to move the chairs a little bit. Or you could stand up. And we're going to take our right hand across to our left hand. And we move our right hand to the elbow. We go, eh. And we move over to the shoulder. We go, eh. We move our hand across to the other shoulder, eh. And then we unfurl and laugh. Is that list of things we have to do? Eh, eh, eh. It will get done. We'll do it one more time. Eh, eh, eh. Very good, very good, yay. Very good, yay. Very good, yay. Laughter yoga does require some yogic breath work, and we probably could do with a little bit of that right now. Because you're seated, I'm going to invite you to put your hands on your knees and then listening to your body, so don't hurt yourself. Raise your hands as high as you can as you breathe in. And then bring the breath out with a really audible sigh. It feels good to do that. And bring it up again. And sigh it out again. And we bring it up again. And we laugh out the breath. Interestingly, the brain doesn't know the difference between laughing because we can and laughing at something funny. The brain simply gets the message that the muscles that you felt, have been activated. And that then gives it the cues to start to release the feel-good hormones and to wind back any stress levels. So by peppering these sort of exercises or these stretches and these laughs through your day, it might be helpful. I'm hoping it will go into your self-care toolkit. A couple more of the exercises. This one is red light, green light. Usually I'd have you moving all the way around the room. We might avoid that one today. But imagine that you are behind the wheel of your car. Who's driving today? Hands up. Yeah, okay. You can practice this on the way home. When you come to a red light, how do you normally feel? Particularly when you're trying to get to an appointment. Yeah? Like, no. When you get to a red light, whenever you're driving next, stare that red light down and start to giggle. Giggle for the whole time of that red light. And as soon as it turns green, stop the laughter and drive. Because you want your mind on the job, don't you? You want to drive safely. So let's do red light, green light while you're seated behind the wheel, right? It's a green light, we're just going like this, okay? When I say red light, start to laugh until I say green light. Red light. Keep going. Green light. Red light. Green light. Light. Green light. Very good. See, just to see how that goes when you're driving. See. And don't worry about what people might think. They might think you've got the best radio station ever. Just call it the Happy-demic. Very good, yay. Very good, yay. Very good, yay. All right. Sometimes, actually, I'm going to call on somebody who does know her laughter yoga, if you don't mind. Sarah. Sarah's one of the lovelies that I have laughed with for quite a few years now for well-being. I'm just dobbing her in here. We're going to, but we've actually never, we've done it once in person. We've usually done it online. Sarah, thank you. We're about to do the argument laugh. Now, this is a really cool one. If you've got, someone in the family you just want to have a bit of a giggle with about, or a friend you're having a giggle with about what's been going on, we're going to have an argument. We're going to really start wagging our hands and talking gibberish. All right? Remember? But then we raise our hands up and we laugh. Okay, we'll do a demo. Then I'd love to see all of you doing this. Ready? I don't reckon I need. No, you won't need it. Ready? Now, how does that feel?
Great.
Right. Okay, thank you so much. Now, please turn to the person nearest you and try it out. Yeah. Would you like to try it out with me? A bit longer. Very good, very good, yay. Very good, yay. Very good, yay. All right. And the counter to that one is when you can't laugh with somebody, but you've heard a whole lot of stuff during your day that's really sort of like getting to you, and you can't use your mental floss. This is another one where you go blah, 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 pull it out the other end, go You know, you can do this at the kitchen sink. You can go blah, 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 blah. Try it yourselves. Blah, 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 blah. Very good, yay. Very good, yay. Very good, yay. This is just a little sample of what laughter yoga brings, and I've tailored it here because you're seated and for the reasons that you may be needing it. Before we wrap it up, though, I'd like you to get your mobile phone out. Have a little bit of tech here. I'm going to invite you to do a laughy. Now, I'll let you know what this laughy is before we start to do it. The laughy was devised by a psychologist, published in 2019. And she was asked to find a handy tool, pretty much anyone could access, that could help lift their mood. And the science has shown that this is what can help. It's another little tool. We're going to put it onto camera. We're going to put it onto selfie. And we're going to put it onto video. Aha. Now, you don't have to share this with anybody. It's not going viral. But what I'm going to ask you to do is to look down your phone and start to laugh. Press that button. We're going to laugh for 60 seconds. 60 seconds. Are you ready? Are you steady? We are off. Now, woo, we're going to take a breath on that one. So 60 seconds. We'll take a breath. Let's raise our hands up. Sigh it out. Raise your hands up with a deep breath. Sigh it out. Raise your hands up and have a giggle. Before we move on to the very last exercise, let me explain a little bit more on the laughy. If you choose to, I would encourage you to have a look at that recording 2 more occasions during the day. Then re-record tomorrow and do 2 more reviews and laughing with that recording. So you're giving yourselves 3 minutes of laughter. And what Frida's research showed was that little bit, peppered through the day, help people lift their spirits, sleep better at night. And I know for me that was something I really suffered from as a carer. And just feel more connected. And hey, how good is that? All right. And then, of course, there's always the smile. So for the next 30 seconds, I invite you to simply take some deep breaths and smile. Start off with a little smile. Sigh it out. Let that smile grow a little bit broader. Sigh it out. Bring that breath in with the smile. You could even smile at one another. Because we all need a smile, and it connects us. And as our very last, as we take that lovely big breath, give yourselves a hug. You are tremendous. And we are going to finish with an affirmation. And I'm sure it's not foreign to you. I'd like you to repeat, I am amazing. You are amazing. We are amazing. Clap. Yes. Thank you so much for giving yourselves the time and for participating. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Everybody okay for the last few minutes before afternoon tea? All feeling cared for, energised, scared shitless about the legal stuff, but gonna rock it and do it anyway? Okay, now I've heard feedback often that this is your favourite part of the Carer Forum. It's the prize draw, which I need to remind people is not a registered gambling agency, and we do not uphold to any of those standards. It's just for a bit of fun. So this year we've got wonderful prizes again from Loving Loudly. So I'm going to invite Lily up to just share for a second what the company is, and then we're going to do the prize draw. Lily, if we can welcome Lily up.
Hi everyone, it's such a pleasure to be here for the 3rd year in a row, meeting with so many familiar faces. Loving Loudly is a gift box service that's available online, and it's full of mental health tools to help during practical times and difficult times. So each box has tools, to create practices for gratitude, mindfulness, play, and grounding. There's also a little bit of fun in there. And there's no mention of mental health actually within the box. It's all about self-care, because we can all use a little bit of self-care to be our best self and show up for others in the best way possible. So thank you, enjoy the boxes, and good luck.
We've also been very lucky to have Lily work with Arafmi and come and support us in our time of need during Mental Health Week and Carers Week, so thank you, Lily. Okay, so we've got 3 wonderful prizes, and then a Little Dreamers Guess the Lolly Jar one, which I'm eyeing up myself now that I know how many's in it, but we'll do Lily's first. So the first ticket is purple. They're all purple, I was just trying to get you excited. F for Freddie, 34. Come on up. Whichever one you choose. Congratulations. Congratulations, enjoy the box and the letter of hope. All right, the next ticket is purple. Oh, we'll not do F. Are they all F as well? Oh, F03, okay, hang on. Is F05. Congratulations. And last, the biggest box. What's in the big box one, Lily? You've got the label on it. What's the recovery toolbox? Neck heat pack. Oh, I could say that. Muscle balm. Lots of stuff to just promote self-care and relaxation. So the last one for the prize, I got into trouble for picking out the numbers last time, so I'm doing it fairly this time, is purple F47. F47. Do we have a winner? We do. Don't be embarrassed. Congratulations. You don't need to declare this to work or anything in your gift register, it's fine. And the lovely Little Dreamers who are up the back, Little Dreamers, could you give us a wave? Phenomenal organisation supporting young carers across Australia. So they've had a Guess the Lolly jar, and the real amount was 231. It was 232 until I ate one, but there's 231 lollies in the jar. And Sonia Feroja guessed 234, so you're the closest. So Sonia, you have the jar and a beautiful letter of hope. Congratulations, Sonia. It's the end of the 2024 Carer Forum. I do just have some thank yous to make. So thank you to all of our wonderful stallholders up the back. Thank you for your time spent in talking to us and carers. To all of our presenters. To our funders, Queensland Mental Health Commission, who sponsor this event. To Queensland Health, Mental Health, Alcohol and Other Drug Branch, who fund us to do the work that we do. But reiterating, it's not just about the money. They actually open the doors for us and communicate with us, and that's just as important as the finances. To the wonderful Emma, MC, I had feedback that last year's MC was phenomenal, and I was really worried that Emma wasn't going to be able to make that thing, but I think she's done a pretty good job. If you could please give thanks to her. Alex and Anna, could you please stand up? Anna at the back. So Alex is our General Manager of Care and Advocacy and is close to being back a year with us following a brief period with Cancer Council. But Alex, you've done a phenomenal job at supporting your team, bringing the team together, making all of this happen. And Anna, who's our Marketing Coordinator, this is the first time in the senior role this year, our second year at the event. And I think it's fair to say they've both done a phenomenal job. Could you all please thank Anna and Alex? And the rest of the wonderful Arafmi team, even those were having some fresh air earlier on, could you give us a wave again? Thank you very much for all your hard work. Occasionally work in this space is tough because we don't always get some wins, but I was at the Carer Gala event on Friday, and I'm going to swear, so anybody who's sensitive to swear words, close your ears. I turned round to the CEO of Carers Queensland, just watching all the carers dance and have fun and rejuvenate, and I just went, I fucking love my job. So it's such an honour to work with the Arafmi team. Like every day they bring something special to carers, so it's an absolute privilege to be part of the organisation. And thank you, team, you do that. One more thing. I'll do that, yeah. Yeah, cool, all right, perfect. Thank you to the Arafmi Board of Directors as well. Tom's here. Is Tom still here? I'm glad he's not here because I just swore really badly. So Tom's probably heard that as well. But the Board of Directors have been a very genuine support to getting Arafmi back into doing the right things. They're a phenomenal bunch of carers and governance experts, and they've really supported me and the team to flourish and go out and do what we needed to do, so we couldn't do that without them. Our interpreters, Amanda and Bernie, thank you so much for today. Really, really appreciate the hard work that you've put in. Thank you. And to our wonderful photographer, Renee, phenomenal work. Good luck in making me look 20 years younger, but thank you. It's a tough job to do this, but I think it's really important that we share the memories and the connections that we have. So thank you for your hard work and making sure we mark this. Okay, so the last thing before we bid you farewell to enjoy afternoon tea and chat is, there's two things. There is on your desk, there's a QR code. That will connect you to a survey. So tell us how we did. If you thought the MCing was great, her name was Irene, I-R-E-N-E. If you thought it was bad, it's E-M. No, I'm teasing. Emma did a wonderful job and much more stylish than me. If you think we did a good job, tell us. If you think we can be better, please tell us, because the feedback will help promote what we do next time. If you want more of something, let us know. Something didn't quite work for you, please do let us know and we'll work through that. So if you could please fill out that survey. Does that allow people to connect to the newsletter as well? No, but if you're not connected to the newsletter, we've got another QR code for that. And very, very last thing, there's some beautiful plants on your desk. There is on your, where's the red dot? There's a red dot somewhere. On the back of your program, if you have a red dot, you can take the plant home. Let's see who's got their programs and not. Karen Conlon, did you get the red dot? You are going to have to register that as a gift, given that you're a Govey worker. So if you've got a red dot on the back of your program, you're welcome to take the plant. If there's nobody at the table who has a red dot and somebody's gone home, you can do thumb wars for it or just chat to each other and work it out amongst yourselves. Okay, so that concludes the 2024 Carer Forum with Arafmi. Thank you again to everybody for attending. Thank you for your contribution. Carers, we cannot do this without you. Safe journey home. Give yourselves a round of applause.